podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Coming up on the show this morning, well, the big story we are tracking right now, Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is hearing his petitions against the CBI arrest. Will he walk free? That's a big question. We'll get to the latest on that. First up, the headlines. Will the Delhi Chief Minister walk free? A key SC hearing today. Well, the Supreme Court is hearing Arvind Kejriwal's plea against the CBI. After bail for his aides, Vijay Nair and Manish Sisodia, the Chief Minister pins hopes on the Supreme Court. Prime Minister's crucial visit to Singapore. He meets his counterpart in Singapore. The big focus on defence and semiconductor. At least 4 crucial MOUs have been signed. The BJP's rebel trouble in Haryana after its first candidate list. A key OBC leader has quit ahead of the polls. He writes a letter and says there's no place for loyalists in the BJP. This after the BJP released its first list with Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini and Anil Vij fielded. India's historic medal haul at the Paralympics. Harvinder Singh wins a gold in para archery. India has 24 medals in its kitty with a PhD gold medalist for India. Top investment bank Morgan Stanley bullish on India's equity market. More market weight and more foreign inflows, predicts Morgan Stanley. This as India is among Morgan Stanley's top Asia pick. India has also overtaken China in the market weight index. And breaking news coming in where the Supreme Court is hearing Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea. It's going to be crucial given the fact that Arvind Kejriwal already has gotten bail in the ED case, and if he gets a bail in the CBI case, he will walk free. Well, the hearing is underway and Abhishek Manu Singhvi, senior advocate appearing for Arvind Kejriwal, has made some important arguments in court, including the fact that he is not a threat in the money laundering case. That is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi has said in court. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal has been in jail ever since he was given interim bail in the month of June for elections. But after that, he has been in jail. He has had multiple setbacks in the High Court as well as in the Supreme Court. Remember, the Supreme Court heard Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea just a couple of weeks back, and the Supreme Court refused interim bail. In fact, it had sought a response from the CBI as well. Let me go across live to my colleague Aishwarya Jain. So Aishwarya, important there that Abhishek Manu Singhvi says that he is not a threat in the money laundering case, because we must also keep in mind that both the ED and the CBI have filed their charge sheets in the investigation, and the investigation is largely complete. But last time around, the Supreme Court had sought a response from the CBI. What is expected today, and what are some of the key arguments made so far?
Well, certainly, remember, it was first the Enforcement Directorate which arrested Arvind Kejriwal in the alleged money laundering case on March 21st, and later he was subsequently arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation on June 26th. But remember, it was the Supreme Court who granted bail to Arvind Kejriwal later in July, that is 12th. But getting two bails and a regular bail as well from the from the Supreme Court. It is Arvind Kejriwal who reached out to the Supreme Court regarding the bail to be granted to him in the case registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The hearing in the top court had begun. It is Abhishek Manu Singhvi who is representing Arvind Kejriwal. On the other side is Advocate S.B. Raju, who is representing the Central Bureau of Investigation. And in this hearing, first it was Abhishek Manu Singhvi who briefly gave the details of what the chronology was of the entire sequence of events and the and what the Supreme Court had done till now in the case in this entire case, when they had given bails to Arvind Kejriwal earlier and on what grounds. It was also stated very importantly over here by Abhishek Manu Singhvi that a stringent act, which is a PMLA act, in which it was earlier relief that was given to Arvind Kejriwal. He stated further that Arvind Kejriwal is not a threat to the entire investigation. Today it is a triple test as being stated by Abhishek Manu Singhvi in his arguments before the judge. It is next order regular bail by trial court under section 45 of the PMLA context. This was stayed on an oral mentioning by the High Court is something that Abhishek Manu Singhvi has also stated. The top court also asked Abhishek Manu Singhvi during the arguments that on what grounds earlier the bail was granted and the interim relief that Arvind Kejriwal got. It was stated by Abhishek Manu Singhvi that it was twice that Arvind Kejriwal got relief. One was, remember, at a time when there was elections in the country, and it was Arvind Kejriwal who had earlier given relief for 21 days of time period, and later it was stated by Mr. Singhvi that the order granted him interim bail and referred some issues to a larger bench as well, after which it was in between regular bail that was granted by the ED court as well, to which it was later stayed by the High Court. While there is no arrest from August 2022 for just under 2 years, while as soon as he got some relief from the High Court, it was Central Bureau of Investigation who arrested him, and finally he did not got any relief from it. It was also stated by Abhishek Manu Singhvi during the arguments, which is currently underway in the top court, that CBI moved an application before the special court seeking to examine and interrogate him. It was not allowed and allegedly showed to the court some new statements that were made that on the other side, remember, it has been stated time and again by the lawyers of Abhishek Manu Singhvi that nothing new had been found out till now as far as the evidences are concerned. It has all been submitted to the court. The statement back happened in January and he has been integrated in Tihar. The Central Bureau of Investigation had moved application for arrest. Remember, these are all sequence of events that has been now told by Abhishek Manu Singhvi to the court as far as what has happened till now. And the major point over here stated by Mr. Singhvi is that in a stringent act like PMLA, Arvind Kejriwal is not a threat and he should be granted bail because of the following reasons, that he had been also given bail in the past few occasions as well.
In fact, Abhishek Manu Singhvi also making several important points about the fact that he is not, there's no flight risk, he will not tamper evidences and he will not influence witnesses. So these are important points Abhishek Manu Singhvi is making. But Aishwarya, we have seen in the past 1 year particularly that getting bail in a PMLA case is extremely difficult, though of course Arvind Kejriwal has already gotten bail in the ED case. So of course, hopes are, the Aam Aadmi Party really pinning hopes on the Supreme Court, given the fact that Vijay Nair also got bail recently. He was one of the important witnesses there. And politically speaking, how important is it for Arvind Kejriwal to get bail, given the fact that you have this heightened standoff with the Lieutenant Governor in the national capital, and also Haryana polls coming up, given the fact that Haryana is a very crucial state for the Aam Aadmi Party?
Well, certainly the legal team of Mr. Kejriwal had been pointing out for a very few, for last few instances that they will be presenting the order copies of the bail granted for Vijay Nair, for Manish Sisodia earlier in the cases, for Sanjay Singh for the instance, and that should be put out as a precedent. As far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, he is not at a flight risk. He will not temper any evidences, and that's somehow he had obeyed the Supreme Court orders earlier as well. Than at that point of time when he was given a bail. Now it was remember a very important observation that the Supreme Court earlier also had made that bail is an option and jail is something that jail is an option, I beg your pardon, and bail is something which is an exception for the PMLA cases. It should not be it should not be the agencies who can keep anybody behind the bars just for the interest of putting them behind the bars. And important remarks that earlier the Supreme Court also made regarding the PMLA Act as well. On one side, it is of course the counsels of Arvind Kejriwal who had been stating that on those grounds he should be granted bail. This is a regular bail that he had been applying on the case that the CBI had registered against him. On the other side, it is also the legality of the arrest that he has also challenged as far as CBI is concerned.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. This remains our top focus on NDTV. Of course, it remains to be seen what the CBI's arguments are, because the CBI has submitted a response. Remember, the Supreme Court had sought the CBI's response in the case, but remains to be seen whether Arvind Kejriwal gets regular bail or not 3 months after he got interim bail for elections. And a big focus on NDTV, well, the Kolkata rape and murder horror. As doctors continue to protest, the family of the victim has levelled serious allegations against the Kolkata police. The victim's aunt, in fact, has said that the police tried to offer money to the family when the victim's body was lying in the house. Take a look.
যেই মুহূর্তে আমাদের মেয়ের বডি দাহ হয়ে গেল আর একটা পুলিশ কি করে পরিবার আসবে, কি করে কে আসবে, কারোর কোনো দরকার পড়েনি, কারোর কোনো জানার দরকার নেই। সেই মানুষগুলো যদি শ্মশানেও থেকে যেত তাহলে হয়তো থেকে যেত। এতটা সক্রিয় ছিল পুলিশ বডি নিয়ে যাওয়া পর্যন্ত। যখন দাহ হয়ে গেল তখন পুলিশ নিষ্ক্রিয় হয়ে গেল। ঘরে ঢুকে পুলিশ টাকা অফার করছে। বাবা মাকে যেখানে আমরা আমাদের মেয়ের বডি নিয়ে বসে রয়েছি ঘরে, পরিবারের প্রত্যেকটা লোক চোখের জলে তাকাতে পারছি না, তখন পুলিশ গিয়ে টাকা অফার করছে আমাদেরকে। এটা পুলিশের মানবিক মুখ। তারা আবার বলছেন যে আমরা সব ঠিক কাজ করেছি, আমরা সব দায়িত্ব পালন করেছি। এটাকে দায়িত্ব পালন বলে এটাকে।
And let me go across live now to Surya Gupta, is joining us from Kolkata. So Surya, serious allegations there by the family against the Kolkata police, and the larger question here is, the role of the Kolkata police, the alleged complicity, given the fact that in the Supreme Court hearing also this point came up, that one of the senior cops, in fact, his role is suspicious as well.
But what I know so far and what we've been reporting is that there was an attempt to make an offer, and what the police have said so far is that there is a compensation scheme under NALSA guidelines that says that should be done as expeditiously as possible. Now, the parents' family have said that the DC North, yesterday they said, had tried to offer them money. Now, in what form it was it the compensation, what was the exact scheme, or what was the exact terminology used, because they said it in Bengali, and money could mean compensation money, or what it was, that we don't know. However, the parents have made that allegation that there was an attempt to offer them money, and the police and everyone else says that that very evening, of course, there was an offer to pay out compensation. Now, compensation is something, for rape victims, there is a set amount for each and every kind of crime. It's part of documentation, it's part of protocols that are in place for dealing with cases of sexual assault, murder, and how much compensation is to be paid. That is also there in that document. Now, apart from that, there are other allegations that the parents have made, and those allegations pertain to creating pressure. They say there was a lot of pressure on them, a lot of policemen. They say that they were, in a way, the pressure is what got them to cremate the body and that no money was taken for them. In spite of them, they say we didn't ask for any of these things to be done free of cost. So these are questions that they've raised. Now, police sources say that yes, that day several arrangements were made for the family, including a police pilot, including a corridor for them to take the body. And this was because there was also a situation developing at the hospital. There were protests taking place. So in that context, there are several questions that have been raised by the family, and the police have answered some of these questions. Some of these questions are still unanswered. But there are serious allegations that have been made, and of course, I'm sure there will be clarifications as well from the police on what these were, or what these allegations are, or why these situations developed in the first place. However, there are serious allegations that have been made, including delay in filing the FIR, something that has come up in the court, delay in the physical examination of the body from 10:10 till it went on till time in the evening. Now the police say some of that delays were because someone gave it to them in writing that they wanted a judicial magistrate, etc. So there are several sort of versions of what has happened. One is the police version, one is the family's version. There are multiple statements, and there is a lot of confusion over what prevailed actually on that day. The family I must say, has made very serious allegations, and those allegations is something that the police will have to answer.
All right, Saurav, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Saurav is reporting that these are grave allegations, but of course various versions coming in. The police yet to respond to this allegation that money was offered to the family. But moving now to our big focus on NDTV. The Mollywood Me Too movement, and the latest on this is that, the courts are set to pronounce their order on the anticipatory bail plea moved by some of the accused in the case, including left MLA Mukesh, also Edavilla Babu and VS Chandrasekhar. Now remember, Mukesh is really at the center of this entire storm. There are serious allegations against him. He's been accused of rape, and the CPM government in Kerala, in a sense, has backed him. This, as a chorus, also grows for his resignation. Let me go across live to my colleague Uma Sudhir, joining us on the phone line. So, Uma, important there that, various accused, including Mukesh, they've sought an anticipatory bail. What is expected? When is the court order expected to come out?
Later today is when we're expecting the court to give its verdict on the anticipatory bail plea filed by not just actor politician Mukesh, but also Edavilla Babu, another actor, as well as Advocate V. Chandrasekharan, in the case of two other bail pleas, anticipatory bail pleas that were put up by Director Ranjit as well as Manian Pillai Raju. In both those cases, the court had dismissed them, saying that there is no reason to take them into custody and bail is possible in those cases, and therefore those pleas were dismissed. In this particular case, the prosecution has argued that they need custodial interrogation because these are very grave charges of rape that have been put against these three people, and therefore the verdict in that case is expected shortly. The lawyers on behalf of Mukesh had argued, saying that he is willing to cooperate with the investigation and that there is no slight risk, and therefore there is no reason for him to be taken to custody.
All right, Uma, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Uma is reporting, the court is expected to pronounce this order later today. It will be crucial in the context of the resignation calls for actor Mukesh. But moving now to what our colleague Sam Daniel has spoken to with a prominent Malayalam actor, in fact, actor Soumya, Tamil actor, I beg your pardon. She has told NDTV that she was groomed as a sex slave by one of her mentors and a senior Tamil director. This, as from all industries now, women, men and industry folks across categories have come out and spoken about their ordeal. Take a look.
Can you share what you went through then?
I was 18 and in my first year of college, from a very sheltered background. Professional parents, knew nothing about movies. This opportunity came through my college theater contact. I was enamored by actress Revati because she lived near my house at that point. So I was in a fantasy world. I was a child, didn't know much. So I went for the screen test with this couple, and they insisted that I do their film by telling my father that they had already used so much money, spent so much money. Even when I said I wasn't comfortable with the man, the first meeting I said that. So I felt obligated to do their movie. During the first whole schedule, outdoor schedule, this man did not speak to me. The agreement was that she would be the director. And on paper, she's the director of the movie, but he was directing the entire movie. And so I was under his control. And he gave me the angry, silent treatment like a lot of men are used to doing. And because of our conditioning in patriarchy about who authority figures are, particularly men who are very intimidating because they express anger so easily, I was very scared by this man. Gradually, and because I was such a good student, I've been an obedient child all my life. I did my job very well. He calmed down. Then the couple took me into their fold, told me I was like their daughter. Now, her daughter had at that point accused him of rape, this particular man, and left their house. But they told me she was lying. And so they brought me into the fold. I was a teenager who was rebellious at home, not listening because I was talking back, and my parents were angry. And suddenly this couple were all very nice and bribing me with good food and milkshakes every day and telling me good things. So gradually that was the grooming process. He knew fully well what he was doing. I had never had any romantic connection with any boy before. I had been in a girls' school, and I had just started in a co-ed college. And so for me, younger people, boys of my age, I could ward off any unwanted advances. This man, when his wife wasn't around one fine day, while calling me his daughter, one fine day, he made an advance. He kissed me, told me he loved me, and I completely froze. I've gone blank about that night. I couldn't tell anybody. I was so desperate to tell my friends, but I couldn't. I was ashamed. I thought something was wrong with what I had done, the way I had behaved. And I thought I was obligated to be nice to this man. And I didn't want to get out and make a big scene that would cause harm to my family. So I continued going for my practices, for my dance rehearsals, and they were teaching me how to speak the dialect and everything. So every day I went back, and gradually this man took it step by step by step, and he took advantage. He completely used my body to his advantage. He at some point also forced himself on me through intercourse when I pushed him away. So he raped me after a point. So this went on for several months, Sam, close to a year, while I was still a student in college. And I had this other life where he was torturing me, but on the other hand, telling me he wanted a child with me because his wife wouldn't have a child with him. He called me a daughter and said he wanted to have a child with me. He messed with my brain. And I think he really succeeded in messing with my brain, of course, my body.
And now the big political headline. Well, the BJP's rebel trouble in Haryana after it released its first list. Remember, 67 of the 90 candidates were named in the BJP's first list. But just hours after the first list was released, a key OBC leader and ex-minister, Kamboj, has now quit the BJP. In fact, he says there is no place for loyalists in the BJP, something that interestingly was also said by many senior BJP leaders in the other poll-bound state, the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. But the rebel trouble certainly mounting for the BJP in Haryana, a senior OBC leader quitting. Bad news certainly for the BJP. What does it really mean? What is the BJP's strategy going forward? The caste arithmetic, given the fact that many senior leaders have said that they're not happy with how tickets were distributed. Let me go across live now to my colleague Gurpreet, joining us from Chandigarh. In fact, so Gurpreet, the rebel trouble for the BJP is certainly mounting. Many senior leaders, many loyalists as it were, have said that they're not happy with how tickets have been distributed.
Well, yes, we have seen this time there is a lot of rebellion who are raising a flag against this seats which has been declared by the BJP leader. We have seen one of the MLA from Ratia constituency. He's likely to join the Congress party today at about 4 p.m. today. At the same time, we have seen the former minister Karan Dev Kamboj. He was not able to make his own way, and today he has posted on X his own resignation, saying that he will talk to his constituency people to take any decision on his future plans. At the same time, we have seen Kisan leaders. Some of the Kisan leaders, they had also given their resignation from the BJP party. So if we can talk about in a nut and shell, we have already seen from the BJP leaders and top leadership, they have been trying to combat with the anti-incumbency, and that was the reason why there was the delay for declaring the name of these candidates. But at the same time, after applying a lot of mind and lot of discussions with the top leadership, we have seen a lot of rebels. They have been speaking very vocally against the party, and they are going to file their resigns. So let's see how the BJP is going to combat with this another problem within the party also, how they are going to pacify them. These things will be clear once the top leadership is going to talk about these rebels. So let's see how many rebels they are going to join other parties, or how many rebels the BJP party will be able to pacify them in the own party. Back to studio.
All right, Gurpreet, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Gurpreet is reporting, the rebel trouble there for the BJP. And this also is two key wrestlers, prominent wrestlers, Vinesh Fogart and Bajrang Punia, have joined the Congress. In fact, they will be contesting on a Congress ticket. So that's going to be crucial as well. Certainly a lot of factors at play. This after the BJP's performance in the Lok Sabha polls, as far as Haryana is concerned, was not what it expected. And now poll-bound Jammu and Kashmir, well, Omar Abdullah has filed his nomination papers. This as the fight between the Congress and the BJP is really heating up. Of course, the Congress is fighting the election in alliance with the National Conference. In fact, Rahul Gandhi made a very important point yesterday. His first campaign speech in Jammu and Kashmir, he said statehood will be restored as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, and that is something that he promised to the people of the Union Territory. Also, the Prime Minister is set to campaign in Jammu and Kashmir as well. Article 370 is going to be one of the most crucial political planks of the BJP naturally. And there you can see that defining visual there of Rahul Gandhi with National Conference leader, National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah. So clear message of unity being sent out there with the Congress and National Conference alliance. The BJP also really gearing up for the polls. In fact, the BJP has released its list for Jammu and Kashmir as well. So a tough fight there in the Union Territory. And now the Prime Minister's crucial visit to Singapore, of course, as part of the Modi government's Act East policy. Of course, Neighbourhood First and Act East are two of the key pillars of Modi 3.0's diplomacy. And this, as the Prime Minister received a ceremonial welcome at the Parliament in Singapore. He met his counterpart in Singapore, the Singapore Prime Minister. And in focus, of course, is defence and also the Semiconductor Pact. 4 key MOUs have been signed by the two leaders. But listen to what the Prime Minister said upon his arrival in Singapore.
Excellency, सिंगापुर केवल एक पार्टनर देश नहीं है। सिंगापुर हर विकासशील देश के लिए एक प्रेरणा है। हम भी भारत में अनेकों सिंगापुर बनाना चाहते हैं और मुझे खुशी है कि हम इस दिशा में मिलकर प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हमारे बीच जो मिनिस्टरियल राउंड टेबल बनी है वो एक पाथ ब्रेकिंग मैकेनिज्म है।
And let me go across live to my colleague Ghazali joining us on the phone line. So Ghazali, some of the key takeaways, of course, the Semiconductor Pact seems to be the most important. How could this be potentially game-changing?
See, India and Singapore have signed this MOU on semiconductor ecosystem partnership, and this agreement will facilitate the entry of Singapore's semiconductor companies into the Indian market, so that will generate employment as well. And the Prime Minister is also engaged with key CEOs from Singapore's semiconductor industry, and this particular MOU aims to explore collaboration in talent development, knowledge sharing, and manufacturing. And Singapore has limitations in land and labor, while India has abundant land and skilled labor, and this makes India a valuable part of Singapore's semiconductor value chain. And as you know, semiconductor companies in Singapore can be encouraged to consider India for their expansion plans. And Singapore accounts for about 10% of global semiconductor output. So that's the relevance of not only Singapore, but in the domain of semiconductor industry, 5% of global fabrication capacity and 20% of semiconductor equipment production comes from Singapore. So, and 9 of the top 15 global semiconductor firms have their presence in Singapore. So these are the relevance of why India is engaging with Singapore when it comes to semiconductor industry. And this will not only create employment, but also in the technological advancement, India will have a very reliable partner in terms of Singapore.
Thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. Let me also go across live to Primesha Saha, a fellow at the ORF. Thanks very much for being with us. My first question to you, how do you see the semiconductor partnership, given the fact that it has been emphasized enough multiple times over that the semiconductor supply chain is extremely crucial for India. It's really the future of everything. So how do you see Singapore and India sort of allying on this key aspect?
So see, as your colleague was also saying, Singapore, even within the Singapore economic growth, semiconductor industry contributes to 8% of Singapore's own economic growth. Right now, Singapore is also looking to expand its semiconductor industrial base, but for lack of land and for lack of labor, they do face some constraints. And for that, I think both countries here have an advantage. Because India has lack of abundance of land, though our land reclamation laws are a little tough, but at the same time we also have labor, and Singapore universities have a lot of courses on semiconductor innovation and industrial technology, and I think it will also be an important ground for India to think where Indian students and engineering students especially can at least do joint collaborative research with these industries or even with these universities, or even enter into higher education. And it will at the end of the day be an asset for both the countries, because both India and Singapore has focused on people-to-people linkages. That has been a very big factor in the India-Singapore bilateral relationship, and educational linkages as well.
And we've had a shared history. We've had a shared history, which is why this relationship becomes all the more important. But also looking at why Singapore is important for India in terms of a strategic alliance, in terms of a defense alliance, given the fact that we know what's happening in our neighborhood, whether it's what's happening in Bangladesh, even the Maldives, though of course diplomatic relations have improved, but of course in Pakistan, in Sri Lanka, which is why to strengthen a relationship with Singapore becomes more important in the context of India's larger role and place and position in the Indo-Pacific.
Yes, see, Act East has now become basically the driving policy when it comes to India's Indo-Pacific vision. That is supposedly to be the core policy which is driving India's Indo-Pacific policy in general. And this is the 10th year of the Act East policy, and that also has to do, and you can see that in this enormous number of visits which are happening not just to Singapore but also to other Southeast Asian countries, and even vice versa. At the same time, Singapore is important. Singapore is one of the first countries with whom India started doing, for example, bilateral naval exercises, which we call the SIMBEX, and that has been there since 1994. Singapore is a part of maritime Southeast Asia. It's an important island nation. It borders the Strait of Malacca. It is an important sea lane connecting the Indian Ocean to the Pacific. So that's why talking about maritime security, sea lane security with Singapore becomes very important. And that's why these naval exercises, the CORPAT exercises, the PASEX exercises with Singapore becomes important, which the two countries have been doing for a very long time. So when we talk about Indian Ocean security, when we talk about, particularly an Indo-Pacific security in a broader sense, India-Singapore maritime and defense cooperation become very important. And that's what, that's why defense cooperation with Singapore, and Singapore has been a strategic partner for India. It was one of the first countries which supported India's ASEAN, ASEAN participation, or which slowly got elevated to now a dialogue partnership. So that's why Singapore has been one of our trusted partners when we talk about the Look East and now the Act East policy.
And Ms. Saha, my last question to you, what does it really mean for the people of India? I mean, given the fact that semiconductor and the entire tech push, whether it's in digital infrastructure or tech otherwise, the real challenge is to generate jobs, and I think that is something that our viewers will also be interested in. How do you think all these semiconductor plants that are getting the green light, how will it really create jobs, and what does it mean for the people of India?
See, one of the things that was discussed also in how Singapore can help in India's, how the semiconductor industry can also help with the development of technological parks and semiconductor-based technological parks in India. So in that way, it is meant to create jobs. It is meant to create opportunities for students in India, especially for students who are specializing in the in sciences, physical sciences, and also engineering courses, to able to go to Singapore universities to study more on semiconductor technology. That keeps the door open for them to get jobs in Singapore, because even in Singapore technological market, you will see a lot of Indian employees. You will see, and the Indian diaspora is very significant there in those regards. And even in India, I think Singapore has invested in India's smart city projects as well, besides the semiconductor. So there are opportunities in that way for job creation. Singapore has always been very forthcoming in cooperating with India when it comes to digital interface. It has an MOU with our UPI, for example. So in those regards, even Gojek, which is very predominant in Southeast Asia, it's a mode of transport, was developed by, for example, TCS. So
and an important point there, in fact, Ms. Saha, that many of the Indian students would be able to go to Singapore universities, and they're really sought after, in fact, when it comes to Indian students. So thanks very much, Ms. Saha, for decoding all of that for us and for being with us on NDTV. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Welcome back. In business news now, the world's top financial services firm and investment bank Morgan Stanley is bullish on India's equity market. In fact, it has made some rather important points, including the fact that India has overtaken China in a key weight market index. In fact, Morgan Stanley also says that more market weight essentially means more foreign inflows. So, of course, this is good news for our investors. This is really the time to invest, given the fact that Morgan Stanley also predicts market correction. So, for all our investors and all market watchers watching us right now, this is the big news coming in, with global financial services firm Morgan Stanley saying that India's bull run is going to be truly historic. Meanwhile, India's historic medal haul at the Paralympics. India has 24 medals in its kitty on day 7, and Harvinder Singh has truly scripted history. He's become the first Indian para archer to get a gold medal there, and with this, India also has a PhD gold medalist now with Harvinder Singh historic medal. And now our special exclusive, well, actor Vijay's GOAT has released worldwide today. This would be his penultimate film before his electoral plunge in 2026. It's a spy thriller and Vijay dons dual roles. Venkat Prabhu has directed the film and Yuvan Shankar Raja has scored the music. Sneha and Meenakshi Chaudhary are the lead ladies, so really a star-studded affair there. My colleague Sam Daniel in fact spoke to the director of the film, Venkat Prabhu, this way.
Vijay's GOAT is all set to be released on the 5th of September. This film would be his penultimate movie before he makes his political plunge before the 2026 elections. And joining us now, the director, Mr. Venkat Prabhu. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is your first film with Vijay. You have earlier directed the other big star, Mr. Ajit. How special was this? Tell us about that Vijay experience.
It was a wonderful experience, wonderful, which I could cherish for a lifetime. You know, first I was a little scared to when we started the filming. You know, right. Because I didn't know whether it'll be okay to ask him for one more and ask him for another option of reaction and stuff. But he made it so easy for me, being up close and personal with him, and got to know a lot of things from him. And he's a wonderful actor, brilliant actor, and you know, he's he's a very spontaneous person as well at the same time, and he prepares very well, very professional, and we all know how amazing dancer he is, and this film, The Greatest of All Time, will be a wholesome entertainment for his fans, because I've treated it as a farewell film for him, and I wanted this to be a celebration in theaters.
It's a real story, real life story.
No, it's a fiction, sir. It is the movie is not a science fiction film, and right. People they've assumed that it could be a science fiction, but it is not a science fiction film. It's a spy thriller. It's an espionage kind of action thriller. Something which I haven't done before in my previous films, and something which he hasn't done before as well. So he plays two different roles in the film. One a younger version and one older version. So this is a pure commercial or just not for his fans, but for all general audience as well. It will be a celebration of cinema is what the mood is.
He dons a dual role, and he has already done this kind of dual roles in 5 other films.
Yeah.
What signature or special element you have tried to bring in this time?
Well, I've tried a lot to make it look different from his previous films. He has played older roles even in a film called Bigil. Right. He's done father and son role. But in this film particularly, we have a lot of scenes in their combination. It is just not a small portion. It's the complete film. It's about these two people, and so first time we've used this technology of de-aging from the US because we got to know about this technology a few years before. So I was like trying to get to know more about the technology. And they used that technology in this movie called Gemini Man, which was done by Will Smith. So they made a 50-year-old Will Smith look 20-year-old in that film. So I thought it will be good to use that kind of a technology in this film to give a very new feel to the audience. So as you asked, it will be even Jawan had that, because the older Shah Rukh and young Shah Rukh was done in that film. So how different this can be from the earlier films where the same actor plays the father and son or a dual role. So I think we have achieved it to an extent.
2 heroines, Sneha and Meenakshi Chowdhury. Tell us about their roles.
They all play a very important role in the film, and they all play a character where the story has to, through them, the story travels to another plot and stuff like that. And I've worked with Sneha before as well in my earlier film, and she's a wonderful actor. I mean, she's a brilliant actor, and she and Vijay have acted like 20 years ago. They paired each other, and to bring that nostalgic pair again now, it was fun for me, and it'll be a very nostalgic experience for the audience as well. Meenakshi is a newcomer, and she's done few films now, and she's done a great job. Very sensible actor, and probably this is more of a guy's film, and it will have a lot of the role of Sneha will be very talked about role in the film. Looking forward for what people are going to say about the film, and watch the film and let me know.
Sure. Venkat, thank you so much for your time. It was joy talking to you, and we wish you the film will really become greatest of all times at the box office as well. That was Mr. Venkat Prabhu, the director of Actor Vijay's GOAT, speaking to us in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find It TV. A big day for fans of Vijay. His film GOAT is being released across Tamil Nadu and around the world, and large number of people have gathered here to make it to the first day, first show of this film, which is being touted as his penultimate film, as Vijay would be making his electoral plunge before the 2026 assembly elections in Tamil Nadu. And with me, Rutraya, fan, thank you very much. You want to make it for the first day, first show, is it?
Yes. I want to make it first day, so waited for tickets, but at last, so I'm happy that I'm a fan, I got a ticket.
How important is this film? It's being seen as the last but one film of his acting career.
So Vijay on the screen, so I'm going to see Vijay in his big screen. I think dream. because these are our last 2 films, so I think so. I'm going to sir going to rock the politics, and we are going to rock the theatre.
A very big day for Talabadi Vijay. We came from France, from Paris to make this film, and we're very excited about this.
It's Venkat Prabhu's first film with Vijay. Expectations?
We are very confident. I think it will be a very big, good blockbuster. Yeah.
Music-wise, Yuvan Shankar Raja scored music after 25 years for Vijay.
Yeah. I hope it will be better than the one he makes for Mangata. We hope. We'll see.
All right. This is seen as the penultimate film of Vijay before he makes his political plunge in Tamil Nadu politics. Would all these fans vote for him?
Of course, no doubt. He will win to the election.
How do you think it will be different for Vijay?
It will be very difficult for him, first of all, but I think he will make it. He's on a very great seat, actually, on the Tamil cinema, and I think he will make great things.
Lastly, there are many other stars in the film. Prabhudeva, Mohan, Prashant. They look at this as a farewell film for Vijay.
Yes. We have a very good casting. So we hope they all do well in this film. And we are very excited for the movie. Yeah.
Any favorite number song?
The last one. The Mata song.
You want to sing that?
No, not very well.
In the theater, maybe. No, not now.
Okay, thank you very much. Excited fans, first day, first show of actor Vijay's GOAT, and they hope this film will turn into a blockbuster, giving a kind of farewell for this star who's all set to make his debut in Tamil Nadu politics. At the Rohini Silver Screens in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
So a lot of euphoria there. And speaking of euphoria, well, Mumbai is all set to welcome its favorite guest. This, as a Ganpati festival, is all set to begin. My colleague Anuj, in fact, went pandal hopping and he sent us this report.
Maximum City is all set to welcome its favourite guest after a long year. With hundreds of mandals across Mumbai, 3 stand out, capturing the very spirit of both the festival and the city itself. Lokmanya Tilak urged the nation to come together during festivals, and the Keshavji Naik Chawl was the first to do it.
Adhering to that clarion call, his close associates, those who used to stay in our building, those are ex-resident of our building, they started Ganesh festival in this chawl in 1893. So that was the first year we started Ganesh festival. Lokmanya Balgangadhar Tilak visited our Ganesh festival on 15 September 1901. Under his chairmanship, we had a lecture on Grihasthrasham given by one of our residents and his close associate, Godse Shastri. He used to stay over here.
The city's oldest mandal has undertaken the responsibility to spread awareness about important skills such as finance, environment and technology.
Last year we had a lecture on robotics, we had a lecture on new financial dimensions of economics.
If Keshavji Naik Ganesh Mandal set the ball rolling for this grand festival, Mumbai Saraja took it to the next level, adding a touch of grandeur and splendor.
1977 में मंडल का 50वां साल था, तो वो टाइम पे कुछ अलग करना है. वो टाइम पे दीनानाथ वेलिंग जो मूर्तिकार थे वो मंडल के कुछ पदाधिकारियों से मिले और उन्होंने फिर एक बड़ी भव्य मूर्ति साकारने की एक संकल्पना दी. गर्व से कह सकता हूँ कि पूरे भारतवर्ष में अपनी गणेश गली की जो मूर्ति थी वो टाइम पे 27 से 28 फुट थी और वो सबसे बड़ी मूर्ति थी.
Dharavi, often called Mini India, is home to thousands of Tamils who have embraced this festival for nearly a century.
We are from Tamil Nadu. They are from Tamil Nadu. Our forefathers fled from Tamil Nadu to Mumbai and settled themselves in Dharavi. They engaged themselves in the leather tanneries as a on daily wages basis.
The Tamil people who left their homes stayed due to drought and caste atrocities thought of having a temple of their own here, a Dravida temple. But how did these two distinct cultures, Maharashtrian and Tamil, blend so seamlessly?
When our forefathers followed the Maharashtrian style, the other generation who came back, they started followed us. They're following us. So our style maybe mingled with the Maharashtrian style. Only the way of conducting puja may be different. So we respect Maharashtra more than Tamil Nadu, because we got everything in Tamil Nadu, not everything in Maharashtra, not in Tamil Nadu.
The Ganesh Mandals in Mumbai city are much more than a platform. While some use their global popularity to spread awareness amongst different sections of the population, there are many others which try to unite people of different faiths and beliefs, pretty much like the city. With camera person Praveen Ji Rohit, this is Anuj Raiti reporting for NDTV 24/7.
So Mumbai all decked up for its favourite guest. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the top of the hour.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
This week on India Ascents.
Are India's security concerns mounting in Bangladesh? Prime Minister Modi's historic visit to Brunei and Singapore. How the Act East policy protects India's maritime interests. US election enters decisive postal ballot stage. How do Kamala Harris and Donald Trump stack up for India? And as the Chinese economy struggles, Indian economy gets an upgrade from World Bank.
All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
In an exclusive interview with ISRO Chairman Dr. S. Somnath, talking about the journey from Chandrayaan to Gaganyaan, saying that there's no need to be nervous. They're doing their best to create more rockets. And in the Karnataka hijab row, no award for the principal who barred hijab. The government withholds the best principal award on Teachers' Day after criticism. The hijab row erupted in December of 2021 in Karnataka's Udupi. And Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail is being heard in a Supreme Court at the moment. And of course, in the case, Kejriwal has spoken out saying that he's not a threat in the money laundering case. The Chief Minister has challenged the arrest in the CBI case linked to the liquor policy case. And what's also been said in court is that he was granted bail twice over. And Kolkata's horror case, the doctor's family is questioning the conduct of the police and saying that the police tried to offer money, took no responsibility. The victims' parents have alleged that they wanted the body preserved but were forced to proceed with the cremation. The police just vanished after the last rise, is what the family has gone on to say, questioning why was there a delay in the filing of the FIR at 11:45 at night when the case was reported by them at 7 p.m. And India's historic medal haul at the Paralympics. Harvinder Singh has won gold in para archery. Paralympics in Paris that is underway has now managed to, in fact, have 24 medals in the kitty of India. And this is a PhD who has now become a gold medalist for India. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including a very exclusive interview coming up with ISRO's chairman. We're talking about Dr. S. Somnath, who speaks about the journey from Gaganyaan to Chandrayaan. He also speaks about doing their best to create more rockets, while talking about how there's an urgent need to tackle cyber fraud. Let's listen in to this exclusive interview with my colleague Pratibha.
We have with us Mr. S. Somnath, who is the ISRO chairman. So thank you so much for joining us. So you come here to inaugurate and partake in the foundation stone laying ceremony for cyber security. Do you think that India has done enough to combat cyber frauds, and how do you think they could do that, especially when it comes to boosting digital literacy as well?
See, I will speak about the type of growth that is happening in the digital domain in India. It's really phenomenal. In the last few years, we have seen the growth of the digital payment infrastructure, the utilization of digital infrastructure for learning, education, and even in trade and commerce. Those are really growing very well. And along with that, the threat related to that, cyber, is also growing. So it's a two-pronged approach. One, you need to increase the digital ecosystem, but also have to handle these threats, which are originating mostly from outside the country. So it's a national requirement to strengthen it. So it happens in various counts. It happens in national institutions as well as in private ecosystem. Today, CISA is one of that associate which will support the national growth in cyber strengthening, and they have been working with many of those national institutions in the past. And today they are laying foundation stone for a different thing. It's not just to create a business, but to create an R&D ecosystem of cyber security through collaboration with other partners as well as academic institutions. This is really a good step, and calling it by Nalanda as a place where the global partnership happens. So I'm really happy because of that idea that I came over here and to have the foundation stone laid. So,
have you been a victim of cyber fraud yourself?
Of course, not a victim, but there were a lot of attempts. Like all of you would have also faced telephone calls and putting you to those type of situations. But fortunately, I am a little more educated on what are the possibilities, so I did not fall into any of them till now.
Today is also Teachers' Day, so who would be your greatest teacher?
All those teachers, starting with my younger days, school days. And I always found a good teacher who will be able to inspire me, and went through that career. So there are many. I don't want to name. So this is a day of thanking them all.
So you've also mentioned that you would like more investments in the space sector. And what do you think are the challenges, especially when it comes to the satellite launch market?
Satellite launch market is very, very demanding. Today there are not enough rockets across the globe, so there are more satellites than the rockets. But then the launch market is it's a geopolitical thing. It's not just the number alone that matters, but the cost, the other political influences, the regional demand structure, all this matters. So we are trying to do our best to create more rockets and make it available for commercial ventures. So I find it is very, very interesting in various sectors. One small satellite side, there is a huge demand. That's why there are a lot of startups working on them. In the middle level, there we have PSLVs, which is doing very well. In the high level, we still don't have enough of capability, high capacity, so we are trying to develop. So we look at in various ways. So it has different complex models.
After Chandrayaan, there's Gaganyaan. Do you think that your expectations are really high?
I need
Nervous?
to. Thank you. No, there is no nervousness at all.
And let's just get you news coming in from Karnataka, where the government has decided to withhold the Teachers' Day award announced for Ramakrishnan BJ, the principal of the government pre-university college in Udupi. The state government on Wednesday withheld the Best Principal Award for the year 2024-25. The controversy dates back to an incident 2 years ago when the principal enforced a ban on female students wearing hijab. This followed an outrage expressed by a section of activists and academics over his choice, alleging that he was one of the people who was responsible for that controversy that had erupted during the previous BJP regime. So this is an award that was decided and announced earlier on, but now has been withheld by the government. And we have Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, the Karnataka government has gone on to say that they don't really want to politicize the issue, but for now they have held back that award which was to be given on the occasion of Teachers' Day.
In fact, every Teachers' Day, there are 2 awards that are given out by the Education Department here, and both are meant for the best principal as well as the best teacher. And this time they had narrowed down on 2 people. One was B.G. Ramakrishna, principal of Kundapura PU College in Udupi, and the other is A. Ramegowda, principal of Hunsur PU College in Mysore district. But then the fact that Mr. Ramakrishna has been the chosen one has definitely sparked controversy in Udupi, with the SDPI taking to social media, putting out a tweet suggesting that this is absolutely unfair and unjust, because he is seen as the man responsible, or the first person responsible for keeping people outside of the college for wearing the hijab, which did spark controversy, went on for several days in the year 2022. And now what we hear from the Education Department is that in order to not politicize this, they have withheld that award. And in the meantime, what we hear from sources is that Mr. Ramakrishna believes that due to technical reasons, this award has been withheld for now. We need to get more information with respect to why this award was withheld, whether there was only this controversy that was avoided, or was there much more to this, are some of the details that are yet to emerge. But for now, yes, keeping in mind the SDPI's tweet that has come out in the open, the Education Department has taken a call to withhold the award. Back to you.
Right, Pratibha, please stay with us for our next story as well, and that is revolving the Kannada film industry. It is the Chief Minister, Siddaramaiah, who's demanded a probe when it comes to the film industry in Karnataka. Now, the actors are going to be meeting with the Chief Minister, as you can see there, Siddaramaiah there, demanding a probe into the matter. The top Kannada actors have also signed a petition for that probe. The actors are demanding a probe committee in Sandalwood. So, Kannada actors Chetan and Kishore Kumar are among the many who have signed the petition requesting that the government form a committee and probe into the sexual assault cases in the Kannada film industry, also known as Sandalwood. This comes in the wake of the HEMA committee report, which has exposed cases of sexual assault in the Malayalam film industry. And let's just get Pratibha. Pratibha, the Chief Minister there, meeting with the actors, and this comes on the heels of that request as far as that petition, signing a petition as far as the actors are concerned, demanding a probe committee.
Yes, like you pointed out, close on the heels of what has happened in the Malayalam film industry with respect to the expose of several of the sexual assaults there existing. There has been a demand for constituting a committee here as well in Karnataka, and a petition signed by over 153 individuals, including actors as well as activists, signed the petition, and this has been submitted by FIRE, what you call as the Film Industry for Rights and Equality. They've submitted this petition yesterday, demanding a committee to probe into the alleged sexual allegations as well as abuse that could exist in the Sandalwood industry here. And just today, leading Kannada actors like Shruti Hariharan as well as Chetan have gone to meet the Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, at his residence to take this forward there. And what we also hear right as we speak is that one of the Kannada actresses, Sanjana Galrani, has also written a letter to the Chief Minister as well as the Home Minister, requesting for a women's committee to be set up, an organization to be set up that can look into several of these allegations as well as the abuse. This has been the demand that has been laid out by Sanjana Galrani as well. So a lot of action that is expected as far as the Karnataka or the Kannada film industry is concerned. We are yet to hear from the other top actors here, and who would be those 153 individuals in that letter are some of the details that still remain pending. But at this point in time, all eyes are on the Karnataka government as well in terms of what kind of action can be expected soon after this petition. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details. So, thanks. Now, let's just get you the latest in the Kolkata horror case, and the parents of the trainee doctor who was allegedly raped and murdered at the Archie Kaur Medical College have come out with startling revelations regarding the case about how, the police were in a hurry to cremate the body of the young doctor, even though the parents wanted to preserve the body, asking the parents to sign on blank papers, something that, the mother of the victim decided to tear up, also alleging that money was offered to them right after the last riots, and how the police just vanished after the last riots were performed. The victim's family has also gone on to allege that, they went ahead and reported the case at about 7 o'clock in the evening, but the FIR was only filed at 11:45 at night, and how they begged to see the face of the daughter. In fact, the mother fell to her knees asking for the, the police to show the face of their daughter, and it took them 3.5 hours before they could see the face of their daughter.
আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাইজে ছিল, তখন ডিসি নট আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন। এবং তার যা জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিয়েছি। ডিসি সেন্টার ইন্দিরা মুখোপাধ্যায় বারবার প্রেস মিট করে করে মিথ্যা কথা বলছি, মিথ্যাচার করছি। কারণটা কি কারণে আমরা করছেন এই জিনিসটা? তাই থেকে আমাদের একটা বিশাল প্রশ্ন আমাদের সবসময় মনে আসছে।
তখন পর্যন্ত না বডি দাহ হয়েছে, ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত 300-400 পুলিশ একেবারে ঘিরে রেখেছিল আমাদেরকে। যেই মুহূর্তে আমাদের মেয়ের বডি দাহ হয়ে গেল, আর একটা পুলিশ নেই। কি করে পরিবার আসবে, কি করে কে আসবে, কারোর কোনো দরকার পড়েনি, কারোর কোনো জানার দরকার নেই। সেই মানুষগুলো যদি শ্মশানেও থেকে যেত তাহলে হয়তো থেকে যেত। এতটা সক্রিয় ছিল পুলিশ বডি নিয়ে যাওয়া পর্যন্ত। যখন দাহ হয়ে গেল তখন পুলিশ নিষ্ক্রিয় হয়ে গেল। ঘরে ঢুকে পুলিশ টাকা অফার করছে বাবা মাকে, যেখানে আমরা আমাদের মেয়ের বডি নিয়ে বসে রয়েছি ঘরে, পরিবারের প্রত্যেকটা লোক চোখের জলে তাকাতে পারছি না, তখন পুলিশ গিয়ে টাকা অফার করছে আমাদেরকে। এটা পুলিশের মানবিক মুখ। তারা আবার বলছেন যে আমরা সব ঠিক কাজ করেছি, আমরা সব দায়িত্ব পালন করেছি। এটাকে দায়িত্ব পালন বলে এটাকে?
Yeah, Saurabh Gupta joining us to get us more details. Saurabh, many questions being raised out of what the parents have claimed regarding as to why did the police, take charge of the last riots? Why is it that the parents weren't allowed to pay for it? Why is it that they were offered money after the last riots? And also regarding the filing of the case as an unnatural death in this particular case?
Some of these questions have also come up in the Supreme Court. For example, filing of an unnatural death case when it was a clear-cut case of sexual assault and murder. And this is something that, of course, the police have argued their point. The families made their point in court as well. And this is something that we've seen play out in the Supreme Court as well. Now, what we know is that in this case, obviously, there are more serious allegations that have been leveled by the family. Yesterday at, when they visited the protest site. And there, of course, they've said, that they were offered money. Now, the police say that, and the state administration has said that, compensation is something that is mandated by the law. And what the police tried, or what the family tried, was to pay out compensation as soon as possible. And that is something that has been, again, questioned by, Bikash Ranjan Bhattacharya as well, who's the lawyer of the family. But, this is again a matter that has, again, played out in the courts already. But when it comes to the offering of money, the police are very clear that all that was offered to the family, or the administration is very clear that all that was offered to the family and the administration was the compensation that is legally due to them and nothing beyond. Now, the family said they were offered money. They have nowhere said or alleged that it was a bribe, but what they've alleged is that there was pressure to cremate the body, or that they felt pressure to cremate the body. Now, the police said they had made arrangements for them, including a green corridor, etc., and other efforts were made to ensure that it was peaceful for the family. But obviously, these are things that have now come up in the courts as well, and the family has also made these allegations, and there are no doubt they are serious allegations that have been made.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us, Saurabh Gupta there, getting us all the details. To get and to know more about this, we have Manav Jaiswal of the TMC speaking to us as well. Manav Jaiswal, when we talk about the parents there, making allegations against the police regarding the hurry that the police was in order to cremate the trainee doctor, even though the parents wanted to preserve the body and did not want to cremate the body, but it was the police that forced them, saying that there were about 300 policemen who had reached the house and they forced the parents to conduct the cremation.
First of all, namaskar to the nation. See, it's been almost, it's going to be almost a month of this tragic incident that has happened. On the fateful day when things happened, when then things turned out, nobody complained. But the parents did not complain about the cremation. Whatever the police could do, they had, organized the green corridor, the autopsy was done, and whatever could have been a possibility of giving some form of comfort to the family was looked into. Vis-a-vis, after so many days, there have been a lot of allegations, political allegations. It can happen. We expect only one thing with the political party, like Bharatiya Janata Party, the CPIM, and the others, to fall in line. We cannot do much on that. But as far as the concern for the policing is concerned, we know the victim was caught within 24 hours. The CCTV footage and everything had culminated to the arrest of the accused. Simultaneously, what we have seen that the CBI has been mum for so many days. There have been a statement from the father of the victim about regarding the CBI slow, in this form of investigation. So we want CBI to be very clean, and they should let the world know what has actually transpired that day.
Manav
what
Jaiswal,
were the
what we
shortcomings.
would like to know is why were the parents being made to sign on a blank paper?
But see, I don't see there is anything that has to be a blank paper, and nobody has to be forced. I mean, the parents are quite educated enough, and I don't see, and I have not seen police team acknowledging any such thing. If there is any such blank paper, it should come on the fore, and whether they have signed it or not,
Mr.
and what
Jaiswal,
was written on that.
Questions being raised as to why was the police in a rush to cremate the body when they weren't in a rush to file the FIR. The FIR was filed hours after the case was reported by the parents. The parents went and reported the case at 7 o'clock, but the FIR was only filed at 11:45. And also, when we talk about the money that was offered by the police to the parents, is this really a norm when something like this happens?
There are three questions that you have raised. First of all, regarding the FIR, I need to make you aware and the rest of the country that the moment the reporting of this incident happened, the police had already started investigation. Then it was converted into, UD, and then the FIR was launched, and there was a rape and the others. And the FIR was done only after the complaint was done on the parent. That is first thing. But the investigation started from 0 hours. This is most important. Simultaneously, when you talk about the rushing for the cremation, definitely not. It was a very grievous situation, and it was a very distressful situation for the parents. Excuse me. So, the minimum empathy that the police team could have had is like, help the cremation, finish as soon as possible. So there was not such rush. There were a couple of, dead bodies which were waiting to be cremated. The police team requested because the parents were already in distress. It is one of its cases, it's one of the incidents that has happened. I'm sorry, which is very shocking for the family and quite.
Manav Jaiswal, okay, it is the mother who's gone on to claim that it took 3.5 hours for the parents to see the face of their daughter. The mother literally fell to her knees begging the police to be able to see their own daughter.
Now, before I talk to you on this, I need to go through the money offered by the police and all. There is a video which has already been there on the local channel, which would reflect the parents have acknowledged that nothing as such happened. Police did not offer them any form of money. Definitely, the compensation which is supposed to get, there has to be going through one of the departments. So they were made aware that this is a compensation that you would get, and whatever you want to do with it, you let us know. We will follow it as soon as possible. We'll expedite the process. Now you talk about, the 3.5 hours, which is sometimes it is called 3 hours, 1.5 hours, and whatever it is. I need to make you aware again. The colleague of the victim, the doctor fraternity, they were there with the parents. The mother and the father were in utter shock, and it was a very distressful and a very grievous moment for them. So the doctors wanted to counsel them. They took extra bit of time, and because the whole body and the crime scene was quite in a disarray, and it was very difficult for any parents to just go and acknowledge something like that. The father definitely went in before. He took the photographs, he showed the video, and they were all crying, which we came to know afterwards. And they were quite, in a very grievous mode. It was difficult for, just to allow them to get into it.
Questions are also being raised regarding the expense of the cremation, the last rites of the trainee doctor. That how is it that it wasn't the parents, who took care of the expenses, and it was the police that ended up taking care of the expense?
This is one of things. This is a small bit of, empathy that the police team and the rest of the team could do. It is very natural in Bengal. There have made many cases where police has taken the consideration of something as heinous as this, and even in the road accidents, police take the onus. So it is on a very empathetic note. This is how you could do minimum amount of courtesy towards the parents or towards anyone. There's no doubt about it that whatever police could do, they had done in the best of all knowledge. There might be some lapses, there might be some shortcomings, but that does not undermine the effort.
That are being flagged by the family in regard to this case. They were offered money. There was a rush to cremate the body. They were not allowed to preserve the body, and so many more questions regarding how they were made to sign a blank paper, which finally, some presence prevailed, and the mother finally tore up that paper. Thank you so much, Mr. Jaiswal, for speaking to us here on NDTV. Now, let's just get you breaking news coming in as far as the Kerala High Court is concerned, that has proposed to constitute a special bench with a lady judge as a member to hear cases relating to the Justice Hema Committee report. So this is breaking news coming in at the moment of a special bench with a lady judge as a member to hear cases related to Justice Hema Committee report. And we have my colleague Uma joining us. Uma, so a committee is being formed which will have a lady judge in order to hear such cases.
Yes, indeed. So with more than 20 cases now coming up before different PILs and cases and counter cases, cases of anticipatory bail, now in this particular case asking for the complete report prepared by the Hema Committee. All this is coming up, and therefore the Kerala High Court has said that a special bench that will be headed in fact by a woman judge will be formed, and it would consider the cases all related to the Hema Committee report that was of course submitted on the 19th of August. So this was spelled out by the High Court when a producer called Sajimon Parayil had in fact approached the court asking for the complete report to be submitted of the Hema Committee report, the complete report. As you know, there was a 295, if I'm not mistaken, a report that was to be submitted. Subsequently, that was redacted to remove certain names and certain pages and certain content in it because there were objections raised to it, and therefore the redacted report had been made public on the 19th of August, and that itself had led to, should I say, all hell breaking loose, or rather the topic of sexual harassment in the film industry, the conditions of the labor there. Though we have paid a lot of attention to the sexual harassment angle, there is also a lot to do with the labor conditions in the film industry. All of that now in the Hema Commission report, and therefore now the High Court also constituting a special bench that will be headed by a woman to look at the cases related to this.
Right. The Hema Committee reports that has exposed violence against women in the Malayalam film industry. The court has issued this order while considering the petitions that have been filed in, various cases have come to light. And of course, this is in regard to the Hema Committee report that was, this was constituted by the government in 2017 and was tasked to study issues faced by the women in the Malayalam film industry. The report was published on the 19th of August this month. The committee study revealed that women in the film industry face numerous issues, including sexual demands, sexual harassment, gender discrimination, lack of safety when it comes to workplaces, and insufficient basic facilities, whether it's disparity when it comes to wages as well. So, Uma, will this fast track such issues? And, given the fact that this committee is being formed and there will be a lady judge on board?
So a woman judge being appointed, a special bench being appointed to look into the cases that are related to the Hema Commission report has come to the time when the Kerala High Court is expected, in fact, give its verdict on the anticipatory bail plea that was put up by Mr. Mukesh, who is an active politician, Kollam MLA from the CPM. And the verdict in that case, as well as the case of the anticipatory bail pleas that were given by Edavila Babu, as well as V.P. Chandrasekharan, an advocate in that case, all that is expected to come up today. What we are expecting is that while the Hema Commission report itself is a very, very comprehensive report, nothing like that existed in any other film industry where all the cases were, in a sense, testimonies were made available, and it was considered a very comprehensive kind of a report because it is also headed by Judge Hema, as well as IAS officer from IAS officer Valsala Kumari, and a very noted veteran actress Sharada. All of them were part of that commission report, and that did its work and came out with that comprehensive report. Now we are expecting that several cases are made come up, and therefore the court also seeing the need for creating a special mechanism through which these cases can be heard and verdicts can be given. Of course, the government on its part had constituted this special investigation team, realizing that if you're going to have FIRs everywhere and investigation happening, you do need a centralized kind of a body for which the testimonies can be taken following the norms of confidentiality, because all these are very sensitive subjects and have taken a very long time to come out, and therefore the evidence also is going to be quite difficult to gather, because these are accusations of sexual assault, rape, all of which require actually evidence, and all of that now will have to be heard, circumstantial evidence also being looked into while a police case is being pursued. So the big difference between the Me Too movement that we saw and the second wave of Me Too that has started in the Kerala industry is that this time the FIRs are being booked, and therefore hard evidence will have to come by, and therefore the special machinery that's being set up both by the government in the form of the investigating agency and the court in the form of the judicial apparatus, all that welcome moves, I would think, to take this debate forward.
Right, so a committee that is being formed which will have a lady judge on board. Thank you so much, Uma. This is while the High Court is considering the anticipatory bail pleas of Kollam MLA and actor Mukesh as well as Edivala Babu, who are facing rape charges over a complaint that's been filed by a female actor. Moving on now to the District and Session Court, which will announce its judgment on Malayalam actor and CPIM MLA from Kollam, Mukesh's anticipatory bail plea amid charges of rape and sexual misconduct. So it is, protests have continued in the state demanding that Mukesh resign, with the BJP and others asking the Pinarayi Vijayan government to act in the case following the explosive, HEMA committee report. The Malayalam film industry has been thrown into a whirlwind of controversy and scandal. The report has sparked a significant storm, revealing a disturbing pattern of repeated sexual harassment accusations against several actors, and now there's a demand for a similar report in other film industries as well. Popular Malayalam actress Soumya has also relived the horror that she's gone through, during her time as an actor. She spoke with my colleague Sam Daniel. Let's listen in.
Can you share what you went through then?
I was 18 and in my first year of college, from a very sheltered background. Professional parents, knew nothing about movies. This opportunity came through my college theater contact. I was enamored by actress Revati because she lived near my house at that point. So I was in a fantasy world. I was a child, didn't know much. So I went for the screen test with this couple. And they insisted that I do their film by telling my father that they had already used so much money, spent so much money, even when I said I wasn't comfortable with the man. The first meeting, I said that. So I felt obligated to do their movie. During the first whole schedule, outdoor schedule, this man did not speak to me. The agreement was that she would be the director. And on paper, she's the director of the movie, but he was directing the entire movie. And so I was under his control, and he gave me the angry, silent treatment like a lot of men are used to doing. And because of our conditioning in patriarchy about who authority figures are, particularly men who are very intimidating because they express anger so easily, I was very scared by this man. Gradually, and because I was such a good student, I've been an obedient child all my life. I did my job very well. He calmed down. Then the couple took me into their fold, told me I was like their daughter. Now, her daughter had at that point accused him of rape, this particular man, and left their house. But they told me she was lying. And so they brought me into the fold. I was a teenager who was rebellious at home, not listening because I was talking back, and my parents were angry. And suddenly this couple were all very nice and bribing me with good food and milkshakes every day and telling me good things. So gradually that was the grooming process. He knew fully well what he was doing. I had never had any romantic connection with any boy before. I had been in a girls' school, and I had just started in a co-ed college. And so for me, younger people, boys of my age, I could ward off any unwanted advances. This man, when his wife wasn't around one fine day, while calling me his daughter, one fine day, he made an advance. He kissed me, told me he loved me, and I completely froze. I've gone blank about that night. I couldn't tell anybody. I was so desperate to tell my friends, but I couldn't. I was ashamed. I thought something was wrong with what I had done, the way I had behaved. And I thought I was obligated to be nice to this man. And I didn't want to get out and make a big scene that would cause harm to my family. So I continued going for my practices, for my dance rehearsals, and they were teaching me how to speak the dialect and everything. So every day I went back, and gradually this man took it step by step by step, and he took advantage. He completely used my body to his advantage. He at some point also forced himself on me through intercourse when I pushed him away. So he raped me after a point. So this went on for several months, Sam, close to a year, while I was still a student in college. And I had this other life where he was torturing me, but on the other hand, telling me he wanted a child with me because his wife wouldn't have a child with him. He called me a daughter and said he wanted to have a child with me. He messed with my brain. And I think he really succeeded in messing with my brain, of course, my body.
Let's just switch tracks now to Delhi, and the Supreme Court is hearing the bail plea of Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, seeking bail and challenging his arrest by the CBI in the alleged excise policy scam. According to the case bench of justices that are hearing that matter, the top court had on the 23rd of last month allowed the CBI to file its counter affidavit in the matter and had given 2 days to Kejriwal to file a rejoinder. Kejriwal has filed 2 separate petitions challenging the denial of bail and against his arrest by the CBI in the case. He has challenged the August 5th order of the Delhi High Court upholding his arrest. In his defense, he's gone on to say that he was granted bail twice over. So, a lot is being said in the High Court, including Mr. Abhishek Singhvi, who is representing the Chief Minister of Delhi in the Supreme Court there, talking about how he is not a threat when it comes, as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. Questions being raised as that he is not an accused in the case, but is being held as a witness. Do remember that it was he had gotten bail earlier, but that is when the CBI stepped in and made that arrest of the Chief Minister just when he was going to be walking out of jail. So the CBI taking over the case led to the extension of the judicial custody of the Chief Minister, and that case is in court, and all hopes are pinned as to if the Chief Minister is going to be able to walk free finally. He has been behind bars over the last 90 days. And a big blow as far as the BJP is concerned, with former Haryana minister resigning. We are talking about a key OBC leader who has resigned from the party in a major setback to the BJP. Former minister and state BJP's OBC Morcha president Karan-Dev Kamboj has tendered his resignation just ahead of the elections that are coming up in the state. Now, just on the heels of that list that was released by the BJP of the candidates, what really led to this was that he was seeking to contest in the elections that are coming up in the state, but was denied the chance.
Well, yes, we have seen this time there is a lot of rebellion who are raising a flag against this seats which has been declared by the BJP leader. We have seen one of the MLA from Ratia constituency. He's likely to join the Congress party today at about 4 p.m. today. At the same time, we have seen the former minister Karan-Dev Kamboj. He was not able to make his own way, and today he has posted on X his own resignation, saying that he will talk to his constituency people to take any decision on his future plans. At the same time, we have seen Kisan leaders some of the Kisan leaders, they had also given their resignation from the BJP party. So if we can talk about in a nutshell, we have already seen from the BJP leaders and top leadership, they have been trying to combat with the anti-incumbency, and that was the reason why there was the delay for declaring the name of these candidates. But at the same time, after applying a lot of mind and lot of discussions with the top leadership, we have seen a lot of rebels. They have been speaking very vocally against the party, and they are going to file their resigns. So let's see how the BJP is going to combat with this another problem within the party also, how they are going to pacify them. These things will be clear once the top leadership is going to talk about these rebels. So let's see how many rebels they are going to join other parties, or how many rebels the BJP party will be able to pacify them in the own party.
Right, let's just get you the very latest when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir, with elections coming up, and Rahul Gandhi there kick-starting the election campaign in Jammu and Kashmir yesterday. The Congress MP promised the restoration of statehood and the rights of the people. The Congress leader alleged that the LG administration is giving benefits to outsiders who are linked to the BJP and the RSS, while the BJP hit out at the Congress-NC alliance, claiming that they back terrorists. Well, it is the former Chief Minister and the National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah who on Wednesday filed his nomination papers from Central Kashmir's constituency. Omar, before filing his nomination papers, held a roadshow. He also took off his cap and said that I'm asking for my honor. So a very emotional approach that is being taken by the Abdullahs there this time around. And of course, it is Rahul Gandhi, who who kick-started that campaign, and others from the Congress party will also be the star campaigners, including his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is expected to be there soon, and so will Sonia Gandhi and Malika Arjun Kharge will be there campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir. And with that, we're slipping in a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest of the Prime Minister's visit in Singapore. Of course, this is after he got a ceremonial welcome at Singapore this morning. The Prime Minister's visit aims to deepen strategic partnership, visiting Singapore after 6 years. MOUs have been signed as well. And of course, the focus has been on semiconductors exchange and closer cooperation in healthcare and pharma sector. So the Prime Minister there, of course, they're meeting with his counterpart, Lawrence Wong, the Prime Minister there, also, taking a look at the facility of semiconductors, holding a roundtable with CEOs in order to, develop the partnership when it comes to India and Singapore.
एक्सेलेंसी, सिंगापुर केवल एक पार्टनर देश नहीं है। सिंगापुर हर विकासशील देश के लिए एक प्रेरणा है। हम भी भारत में अनेकों सिंगापुर बनाना चाहते हैं और मुझे खुशी है कि हम इस दिशा में मिलकर प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हमारे बीच जो मिनिस्टरियल राउंड टेबल बनी है वो एक पाथ ब्रेकिंग मैकेनिज्म है।
And of course, we will keep tracking that story very, very closely as the Prime Minister continues to be in Singapore. And switching tracks to the controversy surrounding the Netflix series called IC-814, the Kandahar hijack, over the Hindu code names of the terrorists who hijacked the Delhi-bound Indian Airlines flight from Kathmandu 25 years ago. The survivors there have now recounted their ordeal. Some of them have come out and said that nothing really has changed, and those code words that were used, the Hindu names that were used in the series, were actually the code names that were used by the hijackers. So Bhola and Shankar, the two names that are being objected to, were the names that were being used by the hijackers.
There was no question of, formulating a plan or doing something. And it's not even recommended that you take on a group of, as I said, heavily brainwashed people and they were very well-trained also physically. They looked very strong, well-built. They had enough ammunition to kill some of us at least. Now, in the case of the names of the crew which have been changed, Captain Devisharan's name is retained as Sharan Dev, and the co-pilot's name becomes totally different. He's a South Indian from Hyderabad. He's given a what name, and the captain, flight engineer's name is changed. My name was changed, and the two hostesses also changed. 5 cabin crew have not been shown. So I think it's. I don't think I feel very comfortable with this kind of arrangement. And frankly, I wish I could understand how this helped the script become a little more watchable and crisp, as they say in film terms.
उन्होंने 2 दिन तो हेड डाउन कराए तो कुछ भी नहीं पता चला कि हुआ क्या। हाईजैक का नाम ही नहीं सुना था कभी। 176 पैसेंजर्स थे उसमें और क्रू एक्स्ट्रा जो भी थे 5 थे। उन्होंने बस जैसे ही हम फ्लाइट चली और आधे घंटे बाद ही उन्होंने उठ के बोल दिया कि आपका प्लेन हाईजैक हो गया, हेड्स डाउन कर लो। तो उसके बाद तो जो सीरीज में दिखाया है वैसा ही सब कुछ है।
हाँ, देखिए एक फिल्म जो आजकल सुन नेटफ्लिक्स पे एक आ रही है IC-814, पर मैंने नहीं देखनी और ना मैं देखूंगा, क्योंकि मेरा फिर वो दोबारा फ्लैशबैक उसमें पहुंच जाता हूँ तो मैं नहीं देखूंगा। बड़ी मुश्किल से वो रिकवरी हुई है तो मैं उसको देखना नहीं चाहूँगा। जो है उसमें वही 4 थे हमारे जो हैं, 5 थे उसमें जो हैं, 5 हाईजैकर से, जैसे वो आजकल ये कंट्रोवर्सी बड़ी है कि नईम की कि ऐसा नेम था, वो सुनने में आया मैंने, क्योंकि मैंने देखी तो नहीं है बट मूवी, बट कंट्रोवर्सीज बहुत आ रही हैं उसमें जो है। हाँ, बेसिकली उन्होंने निक नेम रखे हुए थे उसको अपने, जैसे हम किसी का भी अपना नाम उन्होंने एक बदल के नाम रखे हुए थे, बट रखे हुए थे जेन्युइन जो नाम थे, जो रियल नाम तो और होंगे उनके जो हैं, बट जो उन्होंने निक नेम रखे हुए थे वो यही थे।
They're one of the survivors of the hijacking that took place back in 1999, saying that the code names have in fact not been changed when it comes to that Netflix series. And also, getting you more news, actor Vijay's GOAT has been released today. This would be one of the last few films before his electoral plunge into the 2026 polls in Tamil Nadu. It's a spy thriller, and Vijay is donning the role, a dual role for this particular film, and they have adopted, in fact, the technology from one of those Bollywood films. Let's just listen in to what the maker had to say. He spoke with my colleague, Sam Daniel.
Actor Vijay's GOAT is all set to be released on the 5th of September. This film would be his penultimate movie before he makes his political plunge before the 2026 elections. And joining us now, the director, Mr. Venkat Prabhu. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is your first film with Vijay. You have earlier directed the other big star, Mr. Ajit. How special was this? Tell us about that Vijay experience.
It was a wonderful experience, wonderful, which I could cherish for a lifetime. First I was a little scared to when we started the filming, right. Because I didn't know whether it'll be okay to ask him for one more and ask him for another option of reaction and stuff. But he made it so easy for me, being up close and personal with him, and got to know a lot of things from him. And he's a wonderful actor, brilliant actor, and he's a very spontaneous person as well at the same time, and he prepares very well, very professional, and we all know how amazing dancer he is, and this film, the greatest of all time, will be a wholesome entertainment for his fans, because I've treated it as a farewell film for him, and I wanted this to be a celebration in theaters.
It's a real story, real life story.
No, it's a fiction, sir. It is the movie is not a science fiction film, and right. People they've assumed that it could be a science fiction, but it is not a science fiction film. It's a spy thriller. It's an espionage kind of a action thriller, something which I haven't done before in my previous films, and something which he hasn't done before as well. So he plays two different roles in the film. One a younger version and one older version. So this is a pure commercial or just not for his fans, but for all general audience as well. It will be a celebration of cinema is what the mood is.
He dons a dual role, and he has already done this kind of dual roles in 5 other films.
Yeah.
What signature or special element you have tried to bring in this time?
Well, I've tried a lot to make it look different from his previous films. He has played older roles in even in a film called Bigil. Right. He's done father and son role. But in this film particularly, we have a lot of scenes in their combination. It is just not a small portion. It's the complete film. It's about these two people and so first time we've used this technology of de-aging from the US because we got to know about this technology a few years before. So I was like trying to get to know more about the technology, and they used that technology in this movie called Gemini Man, which was done by Will Smith. So they made a 50-year-old Will Smith look 20-year-old in that film. So I thought it will be good to use that kind of a technology in this film to give a very new feel to the audience. So as you asked, it will be even Jawan had that, because the older Shah Rukh and young Shah Rukh was done in that film. So how different this can be from the earlier films where the same actor plays the father and son or a dual role. So I think we have achieved it to an extent.
2 heroines, Sneha and Meenakshi Chowdhury. Tell us about their roles.
They all play a very important role in the film, and they all play a character where the story has to through them the story travels to another plot and stuff like that. And I've worked with Sneha before as well in my earlier film, and she's a wonderful actor. I mean, she's a brilliant actor, and she and Vijay have acted like 20 years ago. They paired each other, and to bring that nostalgic pair again now, it was fun for me, and it'll be a very nostalgic experience for the audience as well. Meenakshi is a newcomer, and she's done few films now, and she's done a great job. Very sensible actor, and probably this is more of a guy's film, and it will have a lot of the role of Sneha will be very talked about role in the film. Looking forward for what people are going to say about the film, and watch the film and let me know.
Sure. Venkat, thank you so much for your time. It was joy talking to you, and we wish you the film will really become greatest of all times at the box office as well. That was Mr. Venkat Prabhu, the director of actor Vijay's GOAT, speaking to us in Chennai with Suresh. Sam Daniel, Find It TV. Big day for fans of Vijay. His film GOAT is being released across Tamil Nadu and around the world, and large number of people have gathered here to make it to the first day, first show of this film, which is being touted as his penultimate film, as Vijay would be making his electoral plunge before the 2026 assembly elections in Tamil Nadu. And with me, Rutraya, fan, thank you very much. You want to make it for the first day, first show, is it?
Yes. I want to make it first day, so waited for tickets, but at last, so I'm happy that I'm a fan, I got a ticket.
How important is this film? It's being seen as the last but one film of his acting career.
So Vijay on the screen, so I'm going to see Vijay in his big screen, I think dream. Because these are our last two films, so I think so. I'm going to sir going to rock the politics, and we are going to rock the theatre.
A very big day for Talabadi Vijay. We came from France, from Paris, to make this film, and we're very excited about this.
It's Venkat Prabhu's first film with Vijay. Expectations?
We are very confident. I think it will be a very big, good blockbuster. Yeah.
Music-wise, Yuvan Shankar Raja scored music after 25 years for Vijay.
Yeah. I hope it will be better than the one he makes for Mangata. We hope. We'll see.
All right. This is seen as the penultimate film of Vijay before he makes his political plunge in Tamil Nadu politics. Would all these fans vote for him?
Of course. No doubt. He will win to the election.
How do you think it will be different for Vijay?
It will be very difficult for him, first of all, but I think he will make it. He's on a very great seat, actually, on the Tamil cinema, and I think he will make great things.
Lastly, there are many other stars in the film. Prabhudeva, Mohan, Prashant. They look at this as a farewell film for Vijay.
Yes. You have a very good casting. So we hope they all do well in this film, and we are very excited for the movie. Yeah.
Any favorite number song?
The last one, the Mata song.
You want to sing that?
No, not very well.
In the theater maybe, no, not now.
Okay, thank you very much. Excited fans, first day, first show of actor Vijay's GOAT, and they hope this film will turn into a blockbuster, giving a kind of farewell for this star who's all set to make his debut in Tamil Nadu politics. At the Rohini Silver Screens in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find It TV.
And with that, we're slipping into a short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
This week on India Ascents.
Are India's security concerns mounting in Bangladesh? Prime Minister Modi's historic visit to Brunei and Singapore. How the Act East policy protects India's maritime interests. US election enters decisive postal ballot stage. How do Kamala Harris and Donald Trump stack up for India? And as the Chinese economy struggles, Indian economy gets an upgrade from World Bank.
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and our...
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Coming up on the show, well, NDTV's reality check on the Delhi drains. Well, they're still clogged and the Delhi government has woken up to action after the monsoon has begun to recede. We'll get you our latest ground report, but first up, the headlines. The Kerala High Court forms a special bench for the Mollywood Me Too movement, where a woman judged to head the bench for Mollywood assault cases. The bench to hear matters related to the Hema Committee report. The Karnataka hijab row is reignited with no award for the principal who barred hijab in colleges. The government withholds the Best Principal Award after criticism and outrage. The hijab row erupted back in December 2021 in Karnataka's Udupi. NDTV's big exclusive with the ISRO chairman, Dr. S. Somnath. He says, from Chandrayaan to Gaganyaan, we were never nervous, doing our best to create more rockets, says Dr. Somnath. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail hearing in the Supreme Court. Not a threat to money laundering case, says Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer to the Supreme Court. This is the Chief Minister has challenged his arrest in the CBI case in the excise policy case. The Delhi drain disorder. NDTV does a reality check. The Delhi government wakes up to desilting after the monsoon. As the monsoon begins to recede, the Delhi drains are still clogged. India's historic medal haul at the Paralympics. Harvinder Singh wins a gold in para archery. On day 7, India's medal haul stands at 24 with India's PhD gold medalist. All right, news just coming in. Well, the Prime Minister is meeting with the Singapore President. This, of course, comes, the Prime Minister's crucial visit to Singapore. He met his Singaporean counterpart, the Singaporean Prime Minister, earlier as well. The focus very much on defense, on investment, and on our semiconductor push. In fact, India has signed key MOUs, key memorandums of understanding with Singapore when it comes to its defense partnership and its bilateral relationship that will, in a sense, strengthen our semiconductor push. And these are live visuals coming in of the Prime Minister's meeting, in fact, with the Singapore President. The Prime Minister received a ceremonial welcome, but beyond that, it is a key diplomatic visit. Singapore has been India's key bilateral partner in more ways than one. In fact, this also amid India's concerted effort to strengthen its partnerships with our neighbors and also our partners in the East, given the fact that Act East has certainly been the buzzword when it comes to Modi 3.0's diplomacy. And these pictures are defining, in a sense, that India really consolidating its relationship with Singapore. Let me go across live to my colleague Mohammad Ghazali, who tracks the Ministry of External Affairs for us. So, Ghazali, these visuals are important given the fact that Act East has certainly been the buzzword in Prime Minister's diplomacy. But take us through some of the key MOUs that India has signed with Singapore.
Today, 4 MOUs were exchanged between India and Singapore. The first one being between the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology of our government and Ministry of Trade and Industry of Singapore. So that is on India-Singapore semiconductor ecosystem partnership. Now, what will that do? It will facilitate the cooperation in the area of semiconductor supply chains. It will complement our efforts of becoming part of the global semiconductor value chain. And India and Singapore will also cooperate in the areas of semiconductor cluster development, cultivation of talent in semiconductor design and manufacturing. We also know that Singaporean companies, which are part of global semiconductor value chains, are keen to invest in India. So such dialogue mechanisms have been set under this MOU, which will facilitate these investments in India. The second being an MOU between the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology of our government and the Ministry of Digital Development and Information of the Singapore government. It will be, this MOU will focus in the field of digital technologies. It will also facilitate closer cooperation in the areas of digital technologies such as Digital Payment Initiative, cyber security, 5G, and emerging technologies such as supercomputing, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence. And India will also pursue cooperation for upskilling and reskilling of workers relating to the digital domain under the ambit of this particular MOU. The third being the Ministry of Skill Development and the Ministry of Education of Singapore. So in this particular MOU, the government is trying to promote closer cooperation in the areas of technical and vocational education and training, and India and Singapore have active collaboration in the area of skill development. So this is also one of the MOUs which may generate employment opportunities for our workers who will be, like, both sides are also working on training the skilled trainers and certification mechanism for skill centers in India. So these initiatives will contribute to our skill development capabilities as well.
And also, Ghazali, important there that India and Singapore have had a shared history and a long history at that as key bilateral partners, and that people-to-people connect, in fact, is something that has been emphasized a great deal in the Prime Minister's visits. But particularly speaking of Singapore, how do you see this, in a sense, impacting people, given the fact that, this would generate jobs and also give opportunities to Indian students to go to Singapore and study? After all, Singapore universities are extremely sought after in India.
See, Vedant, this is one very important arm of our public diplomacy when Prime Minister goes to any foreign country and there is an interaction with the Indian diaspora. Now, that diaspora is one of the largest when it comes to the countries in Asia. That Singapore has got one of the largest Indian diaspora, and that is why the Prime Minister has been stressing about people-to-people exchanges. And we know that Singapore also has an extension center of IIM and IIT's campuses there, and a lot of Indian technorats or say people in the technical domain or in technical sector are settled there in notable positions. So that is also a kind of soft power India enjoys in these countries, be it in Singapore or any other country, but notably for Singapore because it is one of the fastest growing economy and we have been very close partners, and that is why in this particular visit our ties have now elevated to comprehensive strategic partnership, where there will be collaboration in multiple domains and not just defense and trade ties, which we generally have with other countries.
All right, Ghazali, thanks very much for joining us with the latest set. The Prime Minister in Singapore. The Prime Minister just met the Singaporean President. Before this, he met the Prime Minister of Singapore. As Ghazali is pointing out, defense is the key focus area, and also the semiconductor push, plus of course people-to-people connect, and how Indians can benefit and so can people of Singapore from this relationship. And now the other big headline, well, our NDTV special report, a reality check on the Delhi drain disorder, where the Delhi government has woken up to the desilting task after monsoon has already begun to recede. In fact, my colleague Anushka Garg has done this reality check on how an INA drain. Now, for our viewers outside Delhi, INA is a key area, in fact, one of the most posh areas of the national capital, where government employees also stay. And this is one area where where the drain is clogged still, and the Delhi government has now woken up to this task. Let's take a look at this ground report.
Right now we are near the MCD drain in INA, which is known for its long-standing problem of getting clogged. Let me show you the visuals first. You can see heavy machinery that is being used to clean this whole drain. The Delhi LG VK Saxena yesterday visited this place and investigated this whole area, because this whole area was known for its long-standing problem of getting clogged, and during the monsoon season a lot of waterlogging problem was being seen here. A lot of commuters used to suffer because of this whole drain getting clogged, and it posed a severe problem for the people who lived here. After his visit, he directed the MCD officials to clean this whole drain and see as to how much garbage and construction and demolition waste was, inside this whole drain. Right now, the heavy machineries are being used to clean this whole drain, and according to MCD officials, nearly 5,000 tons of garbage has been removed from this whole drain, and right now also the cleaning process is underway. After this gets cleaned, it will be a lot of relief for the people who are living here and the commuters who are using this whole road to commute. And let me tell you, after this drain gets cleaned, you can see the whole area. I will show you this whole drain. It's a very big drain, 6.5 kilometer long drain, which joins the Kushak drain, and it overflows into Yamuna, creating a lot of problem there also. Right now also, not only at this point but at several points, the cleaning operation is being going on, and the MCD officials have been using 7 to 8 heavy machinery vehicles to clean this whole drain, and the cleaning process is still underway. Let's see when this drain gets cleared and when the people will get relief. That is yet to be seen. Anushka Garg for NDTV.
And let me go across live to Anushka now. Anushka, your report is extremely important given the fact that one of the root causes of flooding in the national capital are clogged drains. And this is a problem, it's a perennial problem, something that we see year after year and something that we've reported on endlessly, but still no solution to this. Talk to us about not just this INA drain but also other drains, because a recent report has pointed out how much sewage is yet to be cleared when it comes to Delhi drains.
Well, certainly, Vedant, when we talk about Delhi, a lot of drains are yet to see the desilting task that is still going on in the INA drain. That is a very prominent drain because of the INA market and, it being a residential and a very prominent commercial area as well. Let me tell you this also, that when the drain gets cleared, once the residential people and the commercial people will also see a lot of relief, because the drain is a 6.5 kilometer long drain, and people living there always suffer from severe waterlogging problems during the rainy season, because the water gets so much clogged that the waterlogging problems are being seen. And clearly we can see that a lot of people also suffered from this whole problem. Not only residential people but also the commuters who used to commute through that way, and it is a very prominent place also. With the Delhi LG visiting INA drain yesterday and directing the MCD officials to clean that whole drain, a lot of work is being done right now to desil that particular drain. The MCD officials have said that nearly 5,000 tons of garbage and construction and demolition garbage are being cleared from that whole whole drain. This clearly points out the issue of Delhi drainage system, where because long years of ignorance, a lot of garbage and construction and demolition wastage are being are inside the drain, and it all gets clogged, and because of that during the rainy and monsoon season we see a lot of waterlogging problems. Despite this whole issue, INA drain is being cleared, and after a certain period of time it will be cleared, and because we can also see that the monsoon is receding, and because of that a lot of problem people are yet to see that a lot of problem maybe solved with this drain getting cleared, but also there are a lot of other drains in Delhi as well that are yet to be cleared, yet to be desilted, and yet to be people of the residential people who are living there are yet to see a lot of convenience after this gets done. Back to you, Vedant.
All right, Anushka, but before I let you go, very quickly, also, the Aam Aadmi Party has constantly evaded questions on desilting. In fact, just a couple of months back, we saw how the Aam Aadmi Party had no response to why drains have not been desilted, and this has constantly been a matter of tussle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the LG as well. So it's really this political tussle that has led to this situation to which there seems to be no solution at all.
Well, let me tell you, a lot of political tussle is going on between the MCD officials, between the Aam Aadmi Party and the LG regarding the issue of the waterlogging problems and the desilting of drains. And because of that, the general public are suffering from a lot of problems of waterlogging, traffic jams, and a lot of other issues. With residential people constantly questioning this particular fact that when they will get relief after the desilting process happens. A lot of drain in Delhi have been ignored for years, and because of that, water gets clogged in the drain and leads to waterlogging problems, and because of that a lot of inconvenience is caused for the Delhi people, not only in interiors of Delhi but also in the posh areas where a lot of residential people live, government employees live, and a lot of other people also, people from the Jhuggi Jhopdi community also live there, and because of that they also face a lot of problem. Regarding the desilting of drains, there has been clear instruction from the Delhi LG that proper bars should be installed in the place so that people can refrain from throwing waste inside the drain, and that also causes a lot of problem.
Okay, Anushka, thanks very much for joining us with the latest and for getting us a very important ground report that in a sense exposes the lack of political will when it comes to the drainage system problem in Delhi and also our clogged drains. Thanks very much, Anushka, for joining us with all of that. And now our special focus on NDTV, the Mollywood Me Too movement, and the latest coming in. Well, the Kerala High Court has formed a woman-led bench to probe, and look at cases of sexual assault and sexual abuse. Not just women actors, but filmmakers, junior artists, script writers have all come out and spoken about the horrors that they've had to go through, not just in the Kerala film industry, but also in other parts of the country, including Telugu cinema as well as in the Tamil Nadu film industry. And now a special bench has been formed by the Kerala High Court, and this will be headed by a woman judge. Now this is important given the fact that various accused have now moved the High Court and have moved various courts, not the High Court but the district courts and the Sessions Court, seeking anticipatory bail. Now this includes actors Edivela Babu and also Mukesh, who has really been at the center of this entire controversy. The CPM has also backed its MLA who has been facing rape and assault charges. But the special bench being formed, now this will be crucial given the fact that the HEMA committee report has been cited by various people from various industries to talk about the fundamental flaws in our film industries, and also how women across industries are particularly vulnerable. In fact, the HEMA committee report also talks about how there are no women washrooms, there are no facilities or utilities when it comes to our women actors. So all of that will be looked at perhaps by the special bench. Let me go across live to my colleague Ishika, who is joining us live the broadcast. She's been tracking this story. So Ishika, the special bench is extremely crucial given the fact that there are multiple levels at which allegations have been have been made, including, of course, the fact that there have been demands for sexual favors in exchange for positions in film bodies. Also, the fact that there are no facilities and utilities for women actors. So this bench is extremely crucial and a crucial development in this entire story.
Well, yes, Vedant, as you rightly mentioned, looking at the sensitivity of, the cases that are coming, the charges that are being leveled, because these are, the charges for harassment, of rape charges, against Bollywood heavyweights. And looking at that, this is a very important development. Now, a two-judge special bench has been constituted by the Kerala High Court that is going to hear the matters related to the Hema Committee report. And in fact, this special bench has, in fact, Justice A.K. Jayashankaran and Justice C.S. Sudha, who will be looking into all of these issues. Remember that, as you rightly mentioned, we are seeing that not just PILs that are being filed, with this particular case in the High Court, but it is also, the Bollywood heavyweights, if we talk about, like actor Siddique, who had in fact approached the Kerala High Court and was seeking, an anticipatory bail plea. And remember, it was rape charges that were leveled against him. So much more cases are now coming in Kerala High Court after, in fact, Ernakulam Session Court is looking at these cases. So certainly looking at all of that, the court had said that they will constitute a special bench for this Hema Committee report, and that now has been done. So now we'll have to wait and watch as to what will be, the verdict that will be coming from the court in different cases. Because as I said, there are very sensitive cases. These are regarding the crime against women in the Malayalam film industry. And we have seen one by one even more victims coming out. They are lodging complaints of sexual harassment, of rape charges against Bollywood heavyweights. So certainly in that, respect, this decision of Kerala High Court becomes very, very important. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Ishika is reporting, given the sensitivities of the case, the formation of the bench becomes very important, and this bench will be headed by a woman judge. Meanwhile, the movement is not just confined to the Kerala film industry. In fact, Kannada actors have also demanded action and implementation of the recommendations of the Hema Committee report. Now, remember, various actors of the Kannada film industry met Chief Minister Siddaramaiah there. In fact, senior actors, veterans of the Karnataka film industry met Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, demanding a Karnataka government-led probe in Sandalwood and in this entire case. Of course, the chorus growing for justice when it comes to the Hema Committee report. In other news now, the Karnataka government has decided to withhold the Teachers' Day Award announced for Ramakrishna Bijay, the principal of the government pre-university college in the Udupi district. The state government withheld the Best Principal Award for the year 2024-25. This after the entire hijab controversy. In fact, these are visuals from earlier, from back in 2021, when this entire movement gained steam. In fact, students from across colleges came out and protested against a decision to ban the hijab in universities. And in fact, this principle was really at the forefront of that decision, and now this contentious decision again reignites the entire debate.
They should have done, that's a mistake, for everything. They have to purely verify everything and then send it to us. And once they send it, we usually clear it. But once it has come into public domain, to our knowledge also, then we had to put it on hold for now. Later we'll take a decision once.
At that time he was actually following the government rules. So
no, but the way he treated the children, that is the issue, that's all. If nothing is done, no problem is there, then we'll take a call. We'll have to do that. No, it's not about double standards. See, don't politicize this issue.
And now a special focus on NDTV. Well, the fallout of the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital horror, in which a young doctor was raped and murdered, and now the family of the victim has leveled serious allegations against the Kolkata police. They say that the Kolkata police offered them money while the body was lying in the house. Take a look.
আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাইজে ছিল, তখন ডিপি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার যা জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিয়েছি। ডিসি সেন্টার ইন্দিরা মুখোপাধ্যায় বারবার প্রেস মিট করে করে মিথ্যা কথা বলছি, মিথ্যাচার করছি। কারণটা কি কারণে আমরা করছি এই জিনিসটা, তাই থেকে আমাদের একটা প্রশ্ন আমাদের সবসময় মনে আসছে।
যতক্ষণ পর্যন্ত না বডি দাহ হয়েছে ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত 300-400 পুলিশ একেবারে ঘিরে রেখেছিল আমাদেরকে। যেই মুহূর্তে আমাদের মেয়ের বডি দাহ হয়ে গেল আর একটা পুলিশ নেই, কি করে পরিবার আসবে, কি করে কে আসবে, কারোর কোনো দরকার পড়েনি, কারোর কোনো জানার দরকার নেই। সেই মানুষগুলো যদি শ্মশানেও থেকে যেত তাহলে হয়তো থেকে যেত। এতটা সক্রিয় ছিল পুলিশ বডি নিয়ে যাওয়া পর্যন্ত। যখন দাহ হয়ে গেল তখন পুলিশ নিষ্ক্রিয় হয়ে গেল। ঘরে ঢুকে পুলিশ টাকা অফার করছে বাবা মাকে, যেখানে আমরা আমাদের মেয়ের বডি নিয়ে বসে রয়েছি ঘরে, পরিবারের প্রত্যেকটা লোক চোখের জলে তাকাতে পারছি না, তখন পুলিশ গিয়ে টাকা অফার করছে আমাদেরকে। এটা পুলিশের মানবিক মুখ। তারা আবার বলছেন যে আমরা সব ঠিক কাজ করেছি, আমরা সব দায়িত্ব পালন করেছি। এটাকে দায়িত্ব পালন বলে এটাকে?
Saurabh Gupta is now live with us. So Saurabh, these are serious allegations. Is there any response from the Kolkata police so far?
Well, not yet, but of course, on these counts, several allegations are very serious, and some of them have been made for the first time. Some of them, though, are already been in the public domain. Now, when it comes to the offering of money, the parents have made a very serious allegation that the police have offered them money. And this has been discussed in the past as well. In fact, you know, the part of discussions in the past where there were allegations of money being offered. But what the police and the administration have said that there are guidelines, very clear guidelines of how much money is to be paid as compensation, how it is to be paid. And that was all that was offered to the family right from day one. Though the family, of course, has refused that compensation till they get justice. That's one point. The second point, of course, is that, you know, the pressure that the family is talking about. Yes, there were policemen deployed, is what the police say. The family says that there was pressure to, you know, cremate the body quickly, you know, that the body reached their home before they could reach. And the police have said, yes, we made arrangements. We did create a green corridor. That was you know, there were protests that day at the hospital. So the police had made arrangements for the body to reach. Now, the family says that the body was cremated. You know, and that they didn't have to pay for it. The police say, well, you know, the family said they didn't ask for any such favor. However, the police say that there were several, you know, things that were extended to the family that day, including, you know, for the burning of the body. But they also maintained that the body was handed over to the family, and it was the family's decision to cremate the body. So the family said they were under pressure, and that's why they were forced to cremate the body. So this is one part of the allegations. The third thing, of course, is the other allegation, you know, where they say they were supposed to made to wait for hours to see the body. That is something that also came up in court, and of course the administration said that there was a lag of some 20 minutes or so. And then, of course, the family questioned the delay in the post-mortem. That the police have explained that there was a demand from the doctors and the family side that there needs to be a magistrate present. So they got a judicial magistrate, and that was the time it took. Then, of course, several other allegations have also come to light. But these are allegations that have been made, and the police, of course, are likely to respond to them as well. But these are serious allegations and do raise questions about the handling of the case, something that the police say they've clarified on several points before.
Well, there's also a sort of the outrage over the incident continues. In fact, yesterday we saw massive protests in Kolkata as well. In fact, here in Delhi as well, AIIMS doctors, some of the junior doctors continue to protest. In fact, some of them demand the resignation of the Kolkata police commissioner as well. So the role of the police certainly in question.
Yes, some of the protesters have been raising questions on the role of the police, and some of the, you know, there have been some certain questions raised. One of them, of course, is the Lal Bazar Obhijan of the junior doctors, where they not only submitted a memorandum to the police commissioner demanding his resignation, but also, you know, gifted him a medical model of a spine, so as to, because one of their phrases or one of their slogans has been asking the police to grow a spine. So that's one. Then, of course, what we've seen is that there are other questions that have also been raised with the police, and these allegations have also been in the public domain. Now, yesterday during the protest, there were two incidents that really shouldn't have happened. One was in Barashat, where the national highway was blocked, and the police had to remove protesters to throw open traffic on the national highway. It's a very critical highway. It's also a narrow highway, and if traffic is blocked, then of course that becomes a problem. But the most serious incident took place in Mathabhanga in Cooch Behar, where there was some, drawing of some graffiti, and there was some scuffle there, and 3 people, we are being given to understand, have been arrested by the police in connection with that. The allegation is that apparently some Trinamool supporters, got into a scuffle with some protesters, but 3 people have been arrested in Mathabhanga as well in connection. So 2 incidents, Barashat and Mathabhanga areas where there was some amount of trouble during the protests yesterday.
All right, Saurabh, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Saurabh is reporting, the Kolkata police has yet to respond to what the family has said, but certainly serious allegations made by the family. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters.
Welcome back. A key hearing in the Supreme Court underway. Well, Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea is being heard by the Supreme Court. Remember, if Arvind Kejriwal gets bail in the CBI case, he will walk free. Remember, this comes after the Supreme Court granted bail to Arvind Kejriwal's key aide, Vijay Nair, who was the former communications in charge of the Aam Aadmi Party, who was also an accused in the liquor policy case. But Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, a senior advocate, he made several important points in court. He said that Arvind Kejriwal's arrest by the CBI was nothing more than an insurance arrest, given the fact that it comes just days after the Enforcement Directorate granted bail to Arvind Kejriwal, but he also said that he's not a flight risk, given the fact that he holds a constitutional post. He's the Chief Minister of the National Capital, the sitting Chief Minister at that. In fact, what Abhishek Manu Singhvi also said that he has no capability to influence witnesses or tamper with evidence. So those are some of the important points being made there by the counsel, by Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer. The CBI will also make its arguments. The CBI has strongly opposed Arvind Kejriwal's bail multiple times over. In fact, last time around, the Supreme Court had sought a response from the probe agency in the case, and that is, that was the reason why the regular bail was deferred to today. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal was given interim bail back in the month of June, keeping in mind that elections were there. But now this is regular bail that Arvind Kejriwal has sought. Another important point that Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer made in court was that he is not a risk when it comes to the PMLA or the money laundering case. Now remember, both the probe agencies, the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI, are probing different aspects of the case. The Enforcement Directorate is looking at the money laundering allegations. Meanwhile, the CBI is looking at corruption allegations, because remember, the principal allegation or the principal charge is that the money that was allegedly siphoned off, the kickbacks that were allegedly received by the Aam Aadmi Party, were used as campaign money by the Aam Aadmi Party in the state elections in Punjab and Goa. So that essentially is the charge against Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, trouble really mounted for Arvind Kejriwal after the Enforcement Directorate decided to make the entire party, the Aam Aadmi Party, an accused in the case, which is why Arvind Kejriwal, who's not just the Chief Minister of Delhi, but also the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, found it extremely difficult to get bail. In fact, we've seen in the past couple of months, particularly in the past year, in fact, that getting bail in a PMLA case, getting bail in a money laundering case is an extremely difficult task, which is why we have seen so many leaders being arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, and the PMLA is an extremely stringent act. But remains to be seen which way the Supreme Court rules, whether the Supreme Court actually gives Arvind Kejriwal regular bail. Politically speaking, this will be huge relief to the Aam Aadmi Party, because remember, this comes right ahead of the Haryana polls. The Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress are still negotiating the seats, because remember, there is a seat sharing alliance, a seat sharing plan that was in place. Remains to be seen whether that goes through or not. But Arvind Kejriwal's bail becomes important in that political context as well, given the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party has been looking to make inroads in the state of Haryana. And in fact, the Aam Aadmi Party performed pretty well when it comes to the Panchayat polls in Haryana. And Arvind Kejriwal had campaigned extensively in Haryana. In fact, before he was arrested, Haryana was one of the key focus states for Arvind Kejriwal. So his bail will come as a huge political relief to the Aam Aadmi Party as well. But the political implications aside, looking at the legal ramifications, first let me go across to my senior colleague Sunil Prabhu, joining us from the Supreme Court. So Sunil, it's important there that Abhishek Manu Singhvi calls it an insurance arrest. He says that the CBI arrested Arvind Kejriwal only to make sure that he remains in jail, given the fact that it came just days after the Enforcement Directorate granted bail. But we have seen that getting bail in PMLA cases have become extremely difficult.
Yeah, but this is not a PMLA case. This is a CBI case.
Yes.
The PMLA has already been given relief, and that is something that Mr. Singhvi stressed today before the Supreme Court bench, very categorically making a point on a continuous basis that, we must ensure that, this in Kejriwal's case, as he said, the insurance arrest, as well as that there have been already 3 orders in Mr. Kejriwal's favor in the last 2 months. But yet, he hasn't been able to get relief. And I think the Supreme Court, as he argued for nearly 1.5 hours, using all the possible points, most importantly saying that the triple test, that is, the flight risk, that he's a constitutional functionary, is something that needs to be factored in. On the other side, the CBI director, CBI counsel, Mr. Raju, on the behalf of the CBI, pointing out that there is a procedural issue in terms of how they've gone about this entire process. The judges have been asking questions. Those arguments will continue. We'll have to wait and see whether Mr. Kejriwal's bail will be granted today or they will reserve orders and then take a final call. Either way, it's quite clear that powerful arguments have been made to look at the possibility of Mr. Kejriwal getting the bail in just one case which is pending with him right now. That is the CBI case which was put on him after the Enforcement Directorate arrest, and when he had got already one bail much later, as has been pointed out to the Supreme Court.
That's right, sir. Also, just to break it down for our viewers, the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate looking at different aspects of the case. The CBI, of course, looking at alleged corruption. But what has been the CBI's argument? Because the CBI has opposed his bail multiple times over, in the Supreme Court as well. But given the fact that both agencies have, have submitted their charge sheets, and as Abhishek Manu Singhvi also pointed out that he is not, there's no flight risk, he will not be able to influence witnesses or tamper with evidence. What is the CBI's argument to oppose Arvind Kejriwal's bail?
Well, their argument is, as I said, procedural, that, this has been the point right from thing that, there is a concurrent issue that you have got it from the lower court to the high court, and pointing out that just because Mr. Kejriwal is, a chief minister and high functionary, that he cannot be treated differently. A whole host of other issues that they have been pointing out to try to see that he can continue to remain at jail at this present juncture.
All right, Sunisa, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. Of course, this remains one of our top focus stories on NDTV. If Arvind Kejriwal gets bail in the CBI case, he will walk free. Big political story. Well, the Haryana polls and some rebel trouble for the BJP. Now, this comes amid a former Haryana minister resigning from the party right ahead of the polls. Remember, he said that there is no place for loyalists in the BJP. Now, remember, this comes after the BJP had released its first list. In fact, several senior leaders and loyalists have expressed their displeasure over the BJP's first list, saying that turncoats are being rewarded, but loyalists are being ignored. Listen in to this conversation that my colleague Gurpreet had with Gyan Chand Gupta.
Well, yes, we have seen this time there is a lot of rebellion who are raising a flag against this seats which has been declared by the BJP leader. We have seen one of the MLA from Ratia constituency. He's likely to join the Congress party today at about 4 p.m. today. At the same time, we have seen the former minister Karan Dev Kamboj. He was not able to make his own way, and today he has posted on X his own resignation, saying that he will talk to his constituency people to take any decision on his future plans. At the same time, we have seen Kisan leaders. Some of the Kisan leaders, they had also given their resignation from the BJP party. So if we can talk about in a nut and shell, we have already seen from the BJP leaders and top leadership, they have been trying to combat with the anti-incumbency, and that was the reason why there was the delay for declaring the name of these candidates. But at the same time, after applying a lot of mind and lot of discussions with the top leadership, we have seen a lot of rebels. They have been speaking very vocally against the party, and they are going to file their resigns. So let's see how the BJP is going to combat with this another problem.
All right, let's cut across live to where the TMC is addressing a press conference over the RG Kar rape and murder horror. Listen in.
অসত্য কথা কিছুটা
আনুমানিক কথা, কোথাও এই ফেক ভিডিওস, এইগুলোও কোথাও না কোথাও একটি সেকশন অফ মিডিয়া, সকলেই নয়, আপনারাও একটা সেকশনের মাধ্যমে সেটা প্রচার পাচ্ছে, আরও তার ব্যাপ্তি ঘটছে। এবার এই ভিডিওটাই বলুন, যে গতকালকে যে ভিডিওটা ভাইরাল হয়েছে, যেখানে নাকি বলা হচ্ছে একটা যে বাবা মা যারা শোকাহত, তাদের সঙ্গে আমরাই শোকে রয়েছি, তাদের মনে হয় অবস্থাটা তো আর বয়ান করা যায় না, সেই জায়গায় আমরা
with the family also.
করতে পারবো না, স্পর্শ করতে পারবো না, এতটা কঠিন সময়ের মধ্যে দিয়ে তারা যাচ্ছে।
They are also passing through a very tough time, and we are completely with the family.
ছিল ধামা চাপা দেওয়ার জন্য এরকম একটা ভিডিও যাচ্ছে, তার পাশে পাশে আবার আরেকটা ভিডিও এসেছে যেখানে
There's some lot of fake videos going through social media.
অসত্য বললেন এবং তারা বললেন এটা মিথ্যা। আমরা কিন্তু আমাদের মেয়ের জন্য একেবারে তাড়াতাড়ি, যে মেয়ে আমাদের মধ্যে নেই তার জন্য বিচার চাই। এই
Their parents has conveyed their message to us that they only want justice. They were offered an alimony from the state government, but they have refused and they demanded only justice.
একটা প্রচার হচ্ছে বিভিন্ন জায়গাতে পুলিশ প্রশাসন থেকে নাকি আপনাদের কোনো আর্থিক টাকা নিয়ে এসে দিয়ে ধামা চাপা, এইটাই তো হচ্ছে টিভিতে। কিভাবে বলবো আপনার আমাদের এই সময়ের কথা বলার কোনো দরকারই পড়ে আর কোনো ঘটনাই ঘটেনি। ছি ছি ছি।
All right, so the TMC, they're saying that we stand in solidarity with the family. This, of course, after the aunt of the victim, in fact, various family members have made serious allegations against the Kolkata police, including that they offered the family money while the victim's body was lying in the house. These are serious allegations. In fact, the family also goes on to say that the police refused to take responsibility after the death of the victim. In fact, the Kolkata police's role has been in question since the protest began. Okay, let's go back to where the TMC is addressing the press conference.
প্রত্যেকেই তাদের পাশে থাকার জন্য, প্রতিবাদী ডাক্তার, তাদের এই আন্দোলনকেও সমর্থন করে আমরা সকলেই আছি, আমরা প্রত্যেকেই জাস্টিসটাই চাইছি। সুতরাং এখানে কাদের থাকার কথা ছিল না, সেটা হচ্ছে রাজনীতি করার জায়গাটা, এই রাজনীতিটা হওয়ার কথা ছিল। তা আমরা একটাই খুব বিনম্রভাবে বলার চেষ্টা করছি যে মা বাবার উপরে কোনো রাজনৈতিক দল যেন চাপাচাপি না করে, কোনো রাজনৈতিক ফায়দা যে দলগুলো নেয় এবং তারা একটি ডেড বডি পেলে বিগত দিনগুলোতে অনেক অসংখ্য আমাদের উদাহরণ রয়েছে যেখানে তারা এই ভালচার পলিটিক্স করেছেন, যারা একটা লাশ আরম্ভ করেছে, একটা মৃত্যু হলেই আর রাজনীতি। এইখানে কিন্তু সেই জায়গাটা নয়, এখানে সকলে সাধারণভাবে নাগরিক হিসেবে থাকবে এবং জাস্টিসের জন্য চাই। আগে বলতে গেলে যে সিবিআই তাড়াতাড়ি করুক ন্যায় বিচার, যার জন্য এই শাস্তি হোক এবং চরম শাস্তি উল্লেখ রয়েছে, যেটা সংশোধিত আইন 2023 বিএনএস ছিল না, মৃত্যুদণ্ডের কথাও বলা হচ্ছে। তাহলে যতদিন না সিবিআই কিছু বলছে, ব্রাতদা সেটা বললেন পার্টির পক্ষ থেকে আমাদের বক্তব্যটা, ততদিন যেটা বললাম এই জায়গাটা ফাঁকা পেয়ে এই ফেক ভিডিওস ইত্যাদি, এবং নেপথ্যে যখন তাদের আইটি সেলের টিম থাকে,
trainee doctor of Ujjal Medical College,
যে বিষয়গুলো নিয়ে সত্যি আলোচনা করা যায় না। আমি নিজেও মহিলা, আমাদের শরীর নিয়ে আলোচনা করা যায় না, আমার শরীর ওপর ধর্ষণ সেটা নিয়েও আলোচনা করা যায় না, আমার শরীর উপরে ধর্ষণ হয়েছে সেটা নিয়ে রাজনৈতিক যুদ্ধক্ষেত্র হতে পারে না। কিন্তু আমরা দেখলাম
rape is not a subject that should be politicized, and TMC and state government doesn't support any kind of politics on rape.
যে পোস্টমর্টম রিপোর্ট আমার হাতেও আছে, সোশ্যাল মিডিয়াতে কি চলছে সেটা নিয়ে আমায় বলবেন না, এটা চলারও কথা না।
Social media, what is going on, what kind of narratives are being spread on social media should not be the point of discussion. So I will not comment on what social media is running.
এটা নির্যাতিতার প্রতি একটা ইনজাস্টিস হচ্ছে। আর তারপরে আমরা এটাই বলি যে এই যে ইনজাস্টিস তার প্রতি হচ্ছে, তারও মৃত্যুর পরে, এরকম মৃত্যুর পরে তারও অধিকার রয়েছে। ফলে প্রত্যেককেই, আবার এখানেও কিছু সেকশন মিডিয়া আবার এই রিপোর্টগুলোকে নিয়েও আলোচনা অনেকগুলো হয়েছে, যেগুলো করা যায় না। আমরা জানি সিবিআই ইনভেস্টিগেশন করছে, আমরা জানি
and misinformation spread on social media regarding the investigation and the autopsy report.
বিভিন্ন প্ল্যাটফর্ম রয়েছে এবং সিবিআই কেও তার কাউন্সিলের মাধ্যমে, তার আইনজীবীর মাধ্যমে জবাব দিতে হবে। রাজ্য সরকার, কলকাতার পুলিশের ভূমিকা নিয়েও রাজ্য সরকার,
now CBI is investigating the matter. CBI should be held accountable for the investigation, and CBI should publish regular update on the investigation.
ব্যথিত করছেন সেই মা বাবাকে, আরো কষ্ট দিচ্ছে, এটা হওয়া উচিত নয়। এবং আমরা এটাই বলি যে এই বিলটা গতকালকে আপনারা দেখলেন যে বিল পাস হওয়ার পরে এই বিলটা নিয়ে মহারাষ্ট্রের এনসিপি লিডার, চিফ, তিনি প্রধান শরদ পাওয়ারও ইচ্ছে প্রকাশ করেছেন যে মহারাষ্ট্রতে তারা যদি জেতেন এবং সরকার গঠন হয়,
West Bengal Assembly has already passed a bill
অ্যাসেম্বলিতে আনবেন
regarding the rape and pace up the investigation of all the rape cases, which has been lauded by
জনজাগরণ, জনগর্জন এবং যেইভাবে
Sharad Pawar in Maharashtra
এই আন্দোলনকে সমর্থন আমরাও সকলেই যেমন দিয়েছি, তার মধ্যে এই বিলটাও কিন্তু একটা দিশা দেখিয়েছে যে শাস্তি না হলে, দৃষ্টান্ত না হলে,
this bill which has been recently passed by West Bengal Assembly will direct and create an example across the nation.
অনুপম বলছি, রিপাবলিক বাংলা থেকে। বলছি যে এই বিলটা নিয়ে চিকিৎসকদের একটা অংশ বলছে যে এই বিলটা চোখে ধুলো দেওয়ার জন্য সরকার এই বিল প্রকাশ্যে আনছে বা আনার চেষ্টা করছে।
না, ঠিক বোঝা গেল না, চোখে ধুলো দেওয়ার ব্যাপারটা কোথায় হলো? আমরা জানি যে নির্ভয়ার কেসও যখন হয়েছিল, সে নির্ভয়ার প্রায় 8 বছর লাগলো, তারপরে সে ডেথ পেনাল্টিটা হলো। এত জাস্টিস ডিলেড ইজ জাস্টিস ডিনাইড, এই সমস্ত সকলেই জানেন, তারাও বলেন। আমরা মনে করি যে ঠিক আছে, প্রত্যেকেরই একটা মতামত থাকতে পারে, কিন্তু অধিকাংশ মানুষ যারা প্রতিবাদীরা রয়েছেন, যারা প্রচেষ্টা করছেন, তারাও বলছেন যে একটা দৃষ্টান্ত শাস্তি হতে হবে। অনেকেই সমর্থন করেছেন, বহু সমর্থনও আমরা পেয়েছি এটার পক্ষে, এবং বিভিন্ন রাজ্য কিন্তু এই বিল দেখতে চাইছে যে এর মধ্যে কি কি আছে। আপনি জানেন
এই বিলটা শুধু শাসক দল নয়, বিরোধী দল সম্পূর্ণভাবে সমর্থন জানিয়েছে, অন্য রাজ্যে সরকার সমর্থন জানিয়েছে এবং মনে করছে যে এটা একটা খুব মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী তার একটা সময়োপযোগী, সুচিন্তিত এবং একটা যাতে দীর্ঘ সময় ধরে তদন্ত না চালিয়ে যাতে খুব দ্রুত সত্তর এই পরিস্থিতি বা এই অপরাধীদের যাতে শাস্তি দেওয়া যেতে পারে, সেই উদ্দেশ্যেই বিলকে।
All right, so the Bengal government, there no specific response to the allegations made by the family there, though of course the Bengal minister said that we stand with the family and that we demand justice for them and for the victim, but no specific response to the allegation that the police offered them money. But let's listen in fact to what the victim's father had to say earlier.
আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাইজে ছিল, তখন ডিসি নট আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার যা জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিয়েছি। ডিসি সেন্টার ইন্দিরা মুখোপাধ্যায় বারবার প্রেস মিট করে মিথ্যা কথা বলছি, মিথ্যাচার করছি। কারণটা কি কারণে আমরা করছেন এই জিনিসটা, তাই যে আমাদের একটা বিশাল প্রশ্ন আমাদের সবসময় মনে আসছে।
All right, so no specific response there from the Bengal government. In fact, they say that the ball is not in their court, but in the CBI's court. Looking now at our special report, well, today is Teachers' Day, a day to show our appreciation for the vital role that teachers play in our lives. This role is perhaps even more important when we consider education as the accessible and absolute right of every child. Teachers are at the forefront of making education accessible and inclusive, and as part of our Samarth by Hyundai initiative in partnership with NDTV, that means creating an inclusive learning environment where children with different disabilities can participate fully in the educational process. Take a look at this report.
There can be no greater tribute to the educational institution that shaped you as a child than returning to the same place to continue doing that for other children. And that is what Preeti is doing at the Amar Jyoti School for Inclusive Education.
जब मैं धीरे बड़ी हुई, ग्रो अप किया और मैं निकली, तो जब मैं निकली तो इनफैक्ट जब मैं फैमिली के साथ चली थी तो उस टाइम लोग मुझे बहुत घूर घूर के देखते थे. इनफैक्ट मुझे मतलब बॉनी, ड्रॉप, नाटी, ये सब वर्ड्स बोलती थे. बाय द ग्रेस ऑफ गॉड मुझे धीरे हिम्मत आई तो मैंने अमर ज्योति स्कूल से अपना स्पेशल एजुकेशन बीएड इन स्पेशल एमआर में किया.
Preeti is one of the 5 former students of the Amar Jyoti Institute of Physiotherapy in Delhi, formerly called the Amar Jyoti School, who have returned as teachers to give back and pay forward.
मुझे एक दिन इसी स्कूल अमर ज्योति स्कूल से उमा मैम का कॉल आता है कि आप प्रीति राजो आप यहाँ पे आइए. तो फिर मैं उमा मैम के पास गई. मैम ने बोला कि बेटा आप कल से आ जाइए. मेरे बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट थी कि आप जिस कैंपस में पढ़ते हो और वहीं की आपके डायरेक्टर आपको कॉल करके बुलाती है और विदाउट इंटरव्यू आपको सिर्फ बोलती है कि आपको सिर्फ ज्वाइन करना है. वो मेरे बहुत गोल्डन मोमेंट था कि हाँ. तो मैं फिर नेक्स्ट डे से मैं आई और तब से कर अब तक मैं यहीं पर हूँ.
They embody the philosophy of the institute that education has to be about more than literacy. It has to be about helping students live productive lives beyond the classroom.
My inspiration behind this was attitude of people in society towards persons with disability. As an educator, I thought the best way to change this attitude is through education, and hence I thought of inclusive education, which would have been incomplete if we didn't look at it as a holistic approach. I personally feel for this, special educators are very, very important.
The special educators at Amar Jyoti follow that principle every day, with innovative teaching methods that seek to nurture the skills of every child based on their specific disability. Whether it is helping enhance fine motor skills and attention abilities, or individualized learning plans, assistive technologies that support the learning, or then therapy services to overcome physical and communication barriers. It is that kind of empathetic, encouraging, accessible, all-embracing and inclusive education ecosystem that the Samarth by Hyundai initiative in partnership with NDTV seeks to create. To that end, workshops were conducted in schools across India that reached more than 50,000 students. In fact, workshops were attended not just by students, but also teachers, counselors and principals who are all the drivers of the inclusive education that every child must receive. Teaching is more than a job. It is a great responsibility. As we commemorate Teachers' Day, let's remember to thank all our special educators who have created a supportive, accepting and inclusive learning experience for all their students, helping them reach their potential and empowering them. Because the disabilities that some of us carry should not define what we can or cannot do.
मैं सभी टीचर्स का दिल से धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगा.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Good afternoon and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let me straight take you to the Ministry of External Affairs briefing at this moment on Prime Minister's Tuesday visit to Singapore. Let's listen in.
And there was also a meeting with Emeritus Senior Minister and former Prime Minister, Mr. Goh Chok Tong. Over their long and distinguished careers, all three leaders have contributed enormously to what is the India-Singapore bilateral relations today. Prime Minister also visited AEM, which is a leading Singapore company in the semiconductor space and in electronics. There, he was briefed about AEM's role in global semiconductor value chain, its operations and plans for India, and given our efforts to develop our own semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem and to match Singapore's strengths in this area, there were a number of other senior company leaders who were present, as well as those involved in skilling and skill upgradation in this sector. At the facility, the two prime ministers also interacted with a group of interns, both from India and Singapore, who had undergone skill training as part of bilateral programs. The Indian interns were from the Odisha World Skill Center, and the Singaporean students were receiving skilling exposure in India under the India Ready program. Prime Minister also invited the semiconductor-related CEOs present today to the Semicon India exhibition and conference, which is being held from 11th to 13th of September. After this press conference, Prime Minister will also be meeting a galaxy of CEOs of different leading Singaporean companies, and these include such companies as Temasek, GIC, DBS, Singapore Airlines, and at least 15 other such companies. They all have substantial investments in India and are looking to scale up their presence. Looking at the fast unfolding opportunities in India, this is an opportune time, we believe, for these CEOs to have a first-hand understanding from India's Prime Minister as to what is being offered by India. Its political stability, its policy predictability, and the freshly oriented, reform-oriented economic agenda. In terms of people-to-people contact, both sides have discussed over these 2 days things like increasing the number of flights connections between the two countries, and also the Prime Minister has announced that the first ever Thiruvallavur Center in the world will be set up in Singapore. That is what I have for you in terms of description of the visit and its content, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to try and address them. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, first there. And ladies and gentlemen, please, I would like to remind you that this particular press conference is on the bilateral visit of our Prime Minister to Singapore. So please keep your questions focused on the visit.
Sure, thank you. My name is Karishma Vaswani. I'm from Bloomberg Opinion. I'd like to know how much China was discussed in the meetings between the Prime Ministers with regards to further relations between India and ASEAN.
Question here.
My name is Himanshu Verma from Connected to India. My name is Himanshu Verma. I'm from Connected to India. So Singapore and India have elevated the bilateral ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership. What does this mean for the partnership, and what does this mean for the Indian diaspora, especially living in Singapore?
Okay, we have a question there.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Charmaine from CNBC. Do you think Singapore can play a role in improving strained relations between China and India, given that Singapore has good relations with both countries?
Okay. Please.
How this visit of PM Modi here will expand our manufacturing and other development sectors?
Okay, thank you for those questions. I must say that the discussions between the leadership of Singapore and our Prime Minister focused on how India and ASEAN, and with Singapore as one of our most important partners in ASEAN, can play in making this an Asian century. And there is so much that we have in common. We are two of the fastest growing regions in the world. We have huge populations between us. We have young populations, which is also so important. And for both of us, peace is very important for us to grow and for us to grow together. Free and open commerce, free sea lines of communication and overflight, these are issues that are important for both us and for Singapore. And these are some of the areas which we, both sides feel that are important for maintaining the growth that we see in each other's countries, and the importance these play in making us leap forward to the next stage in our relations between India and ASEAN. So in that respect, of course, all issues that are important, all global issues, all regional issues that can either help or hinder in this were also discussed. The comprehensive strategic partnership, we have a very multidimensional relationship, multidimensional partnership. We have very strong relations in the defense side as well, where we do joint exercises together. We have very frequent exchanges between our military establishments, between our navies, our air forces, our leaderships of all three services interact very frequently. We have ship visits. We exchange domain awareness information. We would like to also cooperate further in maritime domain awareness. So this is one area where we cooperate very closely. And the other, of course, is in all the areas of economy, trade and investment. Singapore is our biggest foreign investor since 2020. Since 2000, Singapore has invested nearly $160 billion in India. Last year, Singapore was the biggest foreign investor in India. We are going into the next stage of sustainable technologies, renewable energy, advanced manufacturing such as semiconductors, and also in health and in skilling. So these are all areas where we have great complementarities. We complement each other and we need each other in order to develop further. So I would say the question was how it affects the diaspora. I think the diaspora is also a great bridge between us, and therefore you see it in the business environment here. You see it in the leadership here. You see the warmth that is there across the leadership. So I would say that Singapore has also been a safe, secure place for Indians and people of Indian origin to grow and prosper. So the more we get closer together, I think it will only benefit them. I'm sorry, what was the question on the manufacturing sector?
Manufacturing sector is especially focused on semiconductor, as we signed MOU on semiconductor.
Right. Yes. So how it will benefit India? Is that your question? All right. So as you know, Singapore has a long history of manufacturing in the semiconductor space, whether it is in terms of the actual production of wafers or testing or designing. And in all these areas, I think we in India have put a particular focus on developing our capabilities at a very rapid pace. And Singapore is also looking to see, their value chains to make them more resilient. They are looking for places where they want to expand. And India is presenting itself as a natural destination for that. So across this entire spectrum of the semiconductor ecosystem, we find great convergences with Singapore. And I think you will see a very rapid growth in our joint efforts in this direction.
Thank you. We have a question there?
Hi, I'm Namita from Sun Media. Mine is a follow-up question for semiconductor industry. Have you decided which state, if this was to go through, which state this fab is going to be, and how soon do you think this is going to happen? Thank you.
Can you take more, sir?
Yeah. Hi, okay. I have two questions. One about the, you guys mentioned the increased number of flights. What about easing of visa restrictions between Singapore and India? That's my first one. And the second one would be relating to the Tiruvalluvar Center that you have just announced. May I know which are the organizations or who is partnering in
There was briefing of the Ministry of External Affairs on the current ongoing visit of the Prime Minister to Singapore. Let's move on to some domestic politics now, where in West Bengal, in fact, Shubhendu Adhikari, the BJP leader, has written to Home Minister Amit Shah and has requested forfeit medal conferred to Police Chief Vineet Goyal. Now, remember, this has come, in fact, as the politics continues. The parents of the R.G. Kar Medical College and Hospital student who was brutally raped and murdered last month have made several serious allegations against the police, including charges of hurrying up the cremation of the young doctor, asking the parents to sign a blank paper, and also alleging the money was offered to them, that they were ill-treated by the police, and heavy police presence meant no one was listening to them. The victims' parents have alleged they waited for the body to be, they wanted the body to be preserved, but they were forced to proceed with cremation. Many questions have been raised, including why they had to wait, in fact, for 3.5 hours to see their daughter's body. Why was the autopsy delayed? Why did the police file an unnatural death case? All these questions have been asked in the Supreme Court as well. There was one FIR which was filed at the Tata Police station around 2 p.m. Why the FIR was registered at 11:45 then is what the parents are asking at this moment. And this has, in fact, got the BJP up in arms, which is now demanding the medal of the police chief to be taken back.
আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাইজে ছিল, তখন ডিপি নট আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার যা জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিয়েছি। ডিসি সেন্টার ইন্দিরা মুখোপাধ্যায় বারবার প্রেস মিট করে করে মিথ্যা কথা বলছি, মিথ্যাচার করছি। কারণটা কি কারণে আমরা করছি এই জিনিসটা, তাই থেকে আমাদের একটা বিশাল প্রশ্ন আমাদের সবসময় মনে আসছে।
যতক্ষণ পর্যন্ত না বডি দাহ হয়েছে ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত 300-400 পুলিশ একেবারে ঘিরে রেখেছিল আমাদেরকে। যেই মুহূর্তে আমাদের মেয়ের বডি দাহ হয়ে গেল আর একটা পুলিশ নেই, কি করে পরিবার আসবে, কি করে কে আসবে, কারোর কোনো দরকার পড়েনি, কারোর কোনো জানার দরকার নেই। সেই মানুষগুলো যদি শ্মশানেও থেকে যেত তাহলে হয়তো থেকে যেত। এতটা সক্রিয় ছিল পুলিশ বডি নিয়ে যাওয়া পর্যন্ত। যখন দাহ হয়ে গেল তখন পুলিশ নিষ্ক্রিয় হয়ে গেল। ঘরে ঢুকে পুলিশ টাকা অফার করছে বাবা মাকে, যেখানে আমরা আমাদের মেয়ের বডি নিয়ে বসে রয়েছি ঘরে, পরিবারের প্রত্যেকটা লোক চোখের জলে তাকাতে পারছি না, তখন পুলিশ গিয়ে টাকা অফার করছে আমাদেরকে। এটা পুলিশের মানবিক মুখ। তারা আবার বলছেন যে আমরা সব ঠিক কাজ করেছি, আমরা সব দায়িত্ব পালন করেছি। এটাকে দায়িত্ব পালন বলে এটাকে?
এবার এই ভিডিওটাই বলুন, গতকালকে যে ভিডিওটা ভাইরাল হয়েছে, যেখানে নাকি বলা হচ্ছে একটা যে বাবা মা যারা শোকাহত তাদের সঙ্গে আমরাই শোকে রয়েছি, তাদের মনে হয় অবস্থাটা তো আর বয়ান করা যায় না, সেই জায়গায় আমরা ধরতে পারবো না, স্পর্শ করতে পারবো না, এতটা কঠিন সময়ের মধ্যে দিয়ে তারা যাচ্ছে। এবং সেই সময় যদি তাদেরকে টাকা পয়সা দেওয়া হয়েছিল ইত্যাদি, পুলিশ দিয়েছিল ধামা চাপা দেওয়ার জন্য, এরকম একটা ভিডিও যাচ্ছিল। তার পাশে পাশে আবার আরেকটা ভিডিও এসছে যেখানে বাবা মারাও এইরকম একটা অভিযোগটাকে অসত্য বললেন এবং তারা বললেন এটা মিথ্যা। আমরা কিন্তু আমাদের মেয়ের জন্যে একেবারেই তাড়াতাড়ি, যে মেয়ে আমাদের মধ্যে নেই, তার জন্য বিচার চাই।
Saurabh Gupta, my colleague, now joins us with more details on this story. Saurabh, once again, questions being raised on the police, and this time by the family itself. Now, this is going to put not only the police department, but the Mamata Banerjee government also in the dock.
Well, I mean, obviously, this is a very serious allegation. Now,
But the point is that this is not the first time that this allegation has come. This had earlier come also from the lawyer of the family, Bikash Ranjan Bhattacharya. He had said, of course, the Chief Minister had offered money, that was compensation money. Now, obviously, now before all of this, what was this money about? Was this the compensation money? Is this the same compensation money that is being talked about? How was it offered and what from? These are still unanswered questions. And of course, these are questions that have been raised, allegations that have been raised towards the police. But the family also has earlier said that nobody offered them money, and that is also on camera. So, there is a little bit of a confusion on this, and perhaps, there needs to be more clarity at this point on who offered the money, for what purpose, etc. All of these things need to be ascertained. And like I said, the murder and the rape investigation is currently with the CBI, but the Trinamool Congress held a press conference a short while ago. They also responded to this, saying that, that if there is any of these allegations are true, the CBI can look into it. But obviously, these are allegations that have also, raised the political temperatures around this case. This has become a case that has also seen a lot of politics play out around it. And, also a lot of protests are taking place. Yesterday also there were protests in some cases. For example, in Barashot, the police had to remove protesters because they blocked the national highway there. So the protesters were removed by the police, is what we are being given to understand. In Mathabhanga, there was some trouble between the protesters and the, and Trinamool. And apparently some Trinamool supporters, got into a scuffle with some of the protesters. And some of the graffiti that was drawn was wiped. So, there are continuing protests. There's genuine anger. There is genuine frustration with what has happened. People are angry that a young doctor could be, brutally raped and murdered in such a fashion at her workplace. Then, of course, there are these allegations that have come now. And these are serious allegations that have been raised. However, there is a little bit of confusion given that there are, multiple comments that have been attributed to the parents. Yesterday, the parents did say these things that, that there was money offered to them. However, whether it's the same compensation money that they're talking about, or is it something else, is something that's still not clear.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details at this moment. Moving on to Kerala, where the Kerala High Court has now constituted a two-judge special bench to hear HEMA committee-related cases. Justice A.K. Jayasankaran and Nambiar and Justice C.S. Sudha are going to be part of this special bench. Remember, this has been a huge controversy, which is now, in fact, has embroiled the entire film industry in Kerala. Many Kannada actors have also, in fact, now come out in the neighboring state of Karnataka as well. As you were talking about Karnataka film industry, now Kannada actors Chetan and Kishore Kumar are among the many who have signed a petition requesting the Siddaramaiah government to form a committee and probe into sexual assault cases in the Kannada film industry, also known as the Sandalwood. This comes in wake of the HEMA committee report in Kerala, which has exposed sexual assault cases in Malayalam film industry. Speaking exclusively to, in fact, certain other media channels, Chetan and Kishore shared why they signed the petition and why they want what they want from the government. Let me go across to my colleague Pratibha Raman, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Pratibha, just bring our viewers a sense of how deep this rot runs and what is the government, the film industry is saying about these corrective measures.
In fact, when you talk about the film industry, yes, the Sandalwood industry has been deeply anguished with what has happened in the Malayalam film industry. And FIRE is an organization that represents several of these film personalities, and they have gone ahead signing a petition. And the petition has been signed by 159 artists as well as activists. And this petition was given to the Karnataka government yesterday, requesting them to constitute a committee that can probe the sexual allegations as well as abuses that could perhaps exist in the Kannada film industry as well. And following that, noted actors today like Mr. Chetan as well as Shruti Hariharan approached the Chief Minister, visited him at his residence and reminded him that a committee needs to be set up. And we're also talking about how there needs to be a report that needs to be submitted talking about sexual allegations, if it exists at all, in the Kannada film industry. Another information that has cropped up is the fact that Sanjana Galrani, a noted Kannada film actress, has also written a letter to both the Home Minister as well as the Chief Minister, requesting them to form a women's organization of sorts to look into the abuses as well as different harassment that could perhaps be faced by women in the film industry here in Karnataka. Fondly known as Sandalwood, they want to look into the allegations that could perhaps exist here. We'll have to wait to see what would be the response of the Karnataka government. Back to you.
All right. Pratibha, just stay on with me. There is another story from Karnataka where the Karnataka government has decided to withhold the Teachers' Day Award announced for Ramakrishna B.J., principal of the Government Pre-University College in Udupi district. The state government on Wednesday withheld the Best Principal Award for 24-25. The controversy dates back to the incident 2 years ago when the principal enforced a ban on female students wearing hijabs. This followed outrage expressed by a section of activists and academics over his choice, alleging that he was one of the people who was responsible for the hijab controversy and which had erupted in the previous BJP regime.
They should have done, that's a mistake, for everything. They have to purely verify everything and then send it to us. And once they send it, we usually clear it. But once it has come into public domain, to our knowledge also, then we had to put it on hold for now. Later we'll take a decision once.
At that time he was actually following the government rules. So
No. But the way he treated the children, that is the issue, that's all. If nothing is done, no problem is there, then we'll take a call. We'll have to do that. No, it's not about double standards. See, don't politicize this issue.
Pratibha continues to be with us. Pratibha, now this will turn political for sure. I mean, the Bharatiya Janata Party, I'm sure, is going to jump in defense of the principal. Has there been any reaction from the principal and the BJP on this?
In fact, what we know for now is that the principal has been maintaining that it is only due to some technical error that the award has been withheld. But in the meantime, the Karnataka government has maintained that there is nothing political about it and that they are looking into a report that could perhaps be submitted that could also perhaps prove the wrongdoing of this principal, and based on which they would be further considering whether this award must be given to him or not, is what we hear from the education department so far. But yes, this has snowballed into a bigger controversy, especially with what happened in 2022 that has been highlighted by the SDPI by taking to social media platform and contesting against this award that was first offered to Mr. Ramakrishna, who has been one of the faces in this hijab controversy there. And what we know also for sure is that the teacher has now taken this and said that this is due to a technical error, but we are waiting to see what will be the BJP reaction and whether this would snowball into a political flashpoint once again. Back to you.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court will hear the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal's plea seeking bail and challenging his arrest by the CBI in the alleged excise policy scam. According to the cause list, a bench of Justice Surya, Kant and Ujjal Bhuyan is going to, in fact, have started hearing this petition. The top court had on August 23rd allowed the CBI to file its counter affidavit in matter and gave 2 days to Mr. Kejriwal to file a rejoinder. Mr. Kejriwal has filed 2 separate petitions challenging the denial of bail and against his arrest by the CBI in this case. He has challenged the August 5th order of the Delhi High Court upholding his arrest. Right, with that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
You have seen their blockbusters. Now meet the legends.
साहब वो गाने जो पहले होते थे 50, 60 में, अब वो नहीं होते. गानों को क्या हो गया?
For the first time in decades on a news TV network.
When you were giving blockbuster after blockbuster, when stars like Amitabh Bachchan were, being created.
You don't create Amitabh Bachchan, you discover it.
जो आइकॉनिक जोड़ी बनी सलीम जावेद की, वो डेस्टिनी नहीं है तो ये हार्ड वर्क है. आप लोग दोनों की ये आप लोग दोनों की हार्ड वर्क है.
देखिए, हार्ड वर्क का मतलब ये नहीं है anybody who doesn't believe in destiny doesn't mean that he controls everything. I don't believe in destiny, but I don't have any delusion that I control everything.
सलीम जावेद ने जब स्क्रिप्ट लिखी, राइटर्स थे, तो उनका नाम हुआ. उसके बाद किसी राइटर का नाम क्यों नहीं?
इतना किसी का रिकॉर्ड ही नहीं था ना.
Real stars of Bollywood, Salim Javed join NDTV for an exclusive conversation.
So we can break some news to our viewers that Salim Javed will be returning very soon.
Come back.
Coming soon.
Come back. Coming soon.
Come back of Salim Javed.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more.
Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. We have a whole lot lined up for you. I'm Divya Wadwa. Let's first get you our top story. 2 students and 2 teachers were killed in a mass shooting that took place at a high school in Georgia. The suspect, a 14-year-old student at the high school, was questioned by the law enforcement last year regarding an anonymous tip about an online threat that was made in order to commit a school shooting. According to a joint statement from the FBI in Atlanta and the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, the subject denied making the threats online, and the agency said that the shooting is at least the 45th school shooting that's taken place this very year. It comes less than a month since classes resumed as the United States continues to struggle to bring a gun violence epidemic under control.
Before I begin, I do want to say a few words about this tragic shooting that took place this morning. in Winder, Georgia. We're still gathering information about what happened, but we know that there were multiple fatalities and injuries. And, you know, our hearts are with all the students, the teachers, and their families, of course. And we are grateful to the first responders and the law enforcement that were on the scene. But this is just a senseless tragedy on top of so many senseless tragedies. And it's just outrageous that every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive. It's senseless. It is, we've got to stop it.
Now, the United States accused Russia of waging psychological warfare on Americans as part of Moscow's sprawling campaign to influence the 2024 presidential election. Authorities allege that the Kremlin-backed news outlet, formerly known as Russia Today, was behind criminal actions that included paying U.S. influencers millions to post pro-Russia content. The U.S. charged 2 Russian RT employees and sanctioned its executives. That has been described as the Biden administration's most significant response yet to Russian interference efforts. Now, as far as the U.S. intelligence is concerned, they believe that if efforts could favor Republican nominee Donald Trump, whom Moscow views as a Ukraine skeptic. Experts have also warned that AI has made it easier for countries like Iran and China to sway the United States public opinion ahead of the elections in November.
We are announcing a new policy to restrict visa issuance to certain individuals who, acting on behalf of Kremlin-supported media organizations, use those organizations as cover for covert activities and are responsible for or complicit in these malign efforts.
And also Donald Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, went after Kamala Harris and also her choice of running mate. Vance spoke about his upcoming debate with Democratic vice presidential nominee Tim Walz, saying that he's going to bail out at the last minute. Listen.
But to look at the American people, even though she's reading off a teleprompter, and to say, on day one, we're going to make groceries and housing more affordable. On day one, Kamala Harris says this, we're going to tackle the American southern border. Kamala, day one was 3.5 years ago. What the hell have you been doing the whole time? I think what actually might happen based on his military service is he's going to bail out at the last minute, but say he went anyway. I think that's the Tim Walz approach to the debate.
And Ukraine is undergoing its largest government shakeup since Russia invaded the country in 2022 as the war reaches a critical juncture. And President Zelensky prepares to visit the United States to unveil a victory plan on how Kiev hopes to win Ukraine's foreign minister, Dmitry Kuleba, who has resigned as part of a wide-ranging government reshuffle designed to give what Vladimir Zelensky has called the new strength to the embattled country. The visit later this month comes as Ukraine is preparing for various scenarios ahead of the US presidential election, which will take place in November this year, that could affect the future of a key partnership that has until now ensured Ukraine's defense. And 6 people, including a 10-year-old girl, were injured in a Russian missile strike that took place on Wednesday on the Ukrainian city of Kyiv and the hometown of President Zelensky. Well, a 57-high-rise building and several other educational institutions were damaged, as well as shops and cars. A 3-story hotel building also caught fire and was destroyed. And the Biden administration announced wide-ranging actions that meant to call out Russian influence in the upcoming U.S. presidential election, unsealing criminal charges against 2 employees of a Russian state-run media company and seizing internet domains used by the Kremlin in order to spread misinformation.
According to information made public today by the Department of Justice, we now know that RT, formerly known as Russia Today, has moved beyond being simply a media organization. We know that RT has contracted with a private company to pay unwitting Americans millions of dollars to carry the Kremlin's message to influence the U.S. elections and undermine democracy. RT's leadership has created and directed this enterprise. We are announcing a new policy to restrict visa issuance to certain individuals who, acting on behalf of Kremlin-supported media organizations, use those organizations as cover for covert activities and are responsible for or complicit in these malign efforts.
And the head of the United Nations Nuclear Watchdog Agency, Rafael Grossi, visited the Zaporizhia nuclear plant in southern Ukraine on Wednesday, a day after describing the situation at Europe's largest atomic energy facility as very fragile. The International Atomic Energy Agency published a report on Wednesday saying that since Grossi's last visit there in February, the plant has been struck by drones, lost power lines and seen significant damage to one of its 2 cooling towers by fire. The Russian Defense Ministry released a video showing Grossi and the IAEA officials arriving at the NPP meeting with the management and inspecting the burnt cooling tower. And UK Prime Minister Starmer apologised on Wednesday on behalf of the British state, saying that 2017 Grenfell tragedy should never have happened and promised to act on the recommendations of a public inquiry. The report released by the inquiry's head concluded that decades of failures by the government, regulators and industry turned Grenfell Tower into a death trap where 72 people lost their lives. The Grenfell tragedy prompted a soul-searching about inequality in Britain. Grenfell was a public housing building set in one of London's richest neighbourhoods near the pricey boutiques and elegant houses of Notting Hill. The victims, largely people of colour, came from 23 countries and included taxi drivers and architects, a poet, and acclaimed young artists, retirees, and 18 children. The report made multiple recommendations, including tougher fire safety rules, a national fire and rescue college, and a single independent regulator for the construction industry to replace the current mishmash of bodies.
With an apology on behalf of the British state to each and every one of you, and indeed to all of the families affected by this tragedy. It should never have happened. The country failed to discharge its most fundamental duty to protect you and your loved ones, the people that we are here to serve, and I am deeply sorry. I also want to express my admiration for the strength it must have taken to relive these events when giving your evidence to the inquiry. And indeed, to see written down today, you may feel you're always one step away from another betrayal. I get that, and I know I cannot change that with just words today.
And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu remained defiant late Wednesday, reiterating that Israel must maintain control over the so-called Philadelphia corridor to prevent Hamas from smuggling weapons into Gaza. The corridor is located on the Gaza side of the border with Egypt and has emerged as a major obstacle as far as talks aimed at halting the Israel-Hamas war and freeing scores of hostages is concerned.
I'm willing to make a deal. I made one already. One that brought back 150 hostages, 117 alive, and I'm committed to return the remaining 101. I'll do everything I can to get them in. But leaving Philadelphia does not advance the release of the hostages. So I ask you, what has changed? What has changed in this week? What's changed is that they murdered 6 of our hostages in cold blood. Now the world will seriously demand that Israel make concessions after this massacre? What message does this send to Hamas? I'll tell you what the message is. Murder more hostages, you'll get more concessions. That's not only illogical, it's not only immoral, it's downright insane. So it's not going to happen.
And the world creates 57 million tons, 52 million metric tons of plastic pollution every year and spreads it from the deepest oceans to the highest mountaintops to inside of people's bodies, according to a new study that also said that more than 2/3 of it comes from the global south. It's enough pollution each year to fill New York City's Central Park with plastic waste as high as the Empire State Building, according to researchers at the University of Leeds in the United Kingdom. They examined waste produced on the local level at more than 50,000 cities and towns across the world for a study in Wednesday's journal Nature. Well, the study examined plastic that goes into the open environment, not plastic that goes into landfills or is properly burned. For 15% of the world's population, the government fails to collect and dispose the waste. The study's authors said a big reason Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa produce the most plastic waste. That includes 255 million people in our country, India. Boeing will attempt to return its problem-plagued capsule from the International Space Station later this week with empty seats. NASA said on Wednesday that everything is on track for the Starliner capsule to undock from the space station Friday evening. The fully automated capsule will aim for a touchdown in New Mexico's White Sands Missile Range 6 hours later. NASA's 2 stuck astronauts who flew up on Starliner will remain behind at the orbiting line. Now, they'll ride home with SpaceX only in February of next year, 8 months after launching on what should have been a week-long test flight. Thruster problem, and this is the trouble and helium as far as the leaks are concerned, as far as the helium that was kept delaying their return until NASA decided it was too risky for them to accompany Starliner back as originally was planned. NASA's Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams are now considering full-time station crew members along with the 7 others on board, helping with experiments and maintenance. Now, to make space as far as the room for them on that SpaceX next taxi flight is concerned, the Dragon capsule will launch with 2 astronauts instead of the usual 4. 2 were cut late last week from the 6-month expedition, which is due to blast off in late of this month of September. Boeing has to free up the parking place for SpaceX arrival. Boeing encountered serious flaws with Starliner long before its 5th of June liftoff on the long-delayed astronaut demo. Starliner's first test flight went so poorly in 2019 that the capsule never reached the space station because of software errors, and that the mission was repeated 3 years later. More problems have surfaced, resulting in even more delays, and more than $1 billion have been spent in repairs. Previously unseen home film footage of President John F. Kennedy's motorcade speeding down a Dallas freeway after he was fatally wounded will go up for auction later this month. The kind of find that experts say isn't necessarily surprising even after 60 years after his assassination. These images, these films and photographs, a lot of the times they are still out there. They are still being discovered or rediscovered in attics or garages, is what was said by the curator at the 6th Floor Museum at Daily. This is Plaza, which tells the story of the assassination on the 22nd of November back in 1963. The 8mm house, this is the home film that RR Auction will offer up in Boston on the 28th of this month, begins with Dale Carpenter Sr. just missing the limousine carrying the President and First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy, but capturing other vehicles in the motorcade as it traveled down Lehman Avenue towards downtown. The video then picks up with Carpenter rolling the film as the motorcade roars down Interstate 35 towards Parkland Memorial Hospital. A prosecutor has asked a New Mexico judge to reconsider the decision to dismiss an involuntary manslaughter charge against Alec Baldwin in the fatal shooting of a cinematographer on the set of a Western movie, according to a court filing that was made public on Wednesday. A judge had dismissed the case against Baldwin in July, halfway through a trial based on the withholding of evidence by police and prosecutors from the defense in the 2021 shooting. The charge against Baldwin was dismissed with prejudice, meaning that it can't be revived once appeals of the decision are exhausted. Baldwin, the lead actor and the co-producer of the film Rust, was pointing a gun at the cinematographer during that rehearsal when it went off, killing her and wounding the director. Has said that he pulled back the hammer but not the trigger, and that's when the revolver fired. And Anna Sorokin, the con artist who was convicted of swindling banks, hotels and friends in 2019 after falsely building a reputation as a wealthy German heiress named Anna Delvey, was found her newest venture, that's Dancing with the Stars, complicating her latest starring role in the ankle bracelet that she's been wearing back since 2022. Now, when she started her house arrest, though the show appears to be leading into it with a promo image of her in a glittering dress with an ankle monitor that's stuck to her leg. When she was released from prison in February of 2021, immigration authorities picked her up shortly after she got out, claiming that she had overstayed her visa and must be returned to her native Germany. The Inventing Anna inspiration was in custody for over a year before a judge cleared the way for her to switch to her home confinement in October of 2022 when she fights, while she's been fighting that case for her deportation. Ryan Murphy series called Grotesquerie features Travis Kelce in a mystery role. The NFL player was also tapped to introduce the show's first trailer that came out on Wednesday. It also stars Niecy Nash-Betts as a detective investigating the murder of an entire family. She teams up with a nun and a journalist to look into the case. Like most of Ryan Murphy's shows, details are very limited, but it's Kelce who's featured in the trailer as an unnamed character. And there was no shortage of star power for the premiere for Fight Night, the $1 Million Heist in New York on Wednesday. It was Samuel L. Jackson, Kevin Hart, Taraji Henson and more that turned out for the 70s themed premiere, complete with some of the cast strutting down a groovy catwalk. And Nicole Kidman says that the premiere of her film Baby Girl in Venice was quite a relief.
I mean, it's not coming out to December, so I'm trying to just sort of not talk about it too much. But it was so beautiful to be in Venice and be received in that way, and for Helena, the director, to be received with such warmth, and Harris Dickinson and Antonio Banderas who were in it. It was just, it was really a relief, actually. Yeah, because there's a lot of stress leading up to something like that, and you're worried and all of that. So it was actually just like a big exhale in a weird way, and it was the warmth at the whole festival, I think. And it's also, I love film festivals because there's so many great films to see. So I was just honored to be invited. You have to be invited to the festival, so I was just amazed and honored that we were accepted and invited there.
And the West Film Festival has welcomed Lady Gaga and Joaquin Phoenix to the Lido for the world premiere of their film, The Part 2 of Joker. The sequel of Joker is competing for the festival's main prizes against the likes of The Room Next Door, Daniel Craig's Queer, and also the film by Nicole Kidman, Baby Girl. Now, the awards will be presented on the final day of the festival, which is the 7th of this month.
Initially, we started off with some references where, I had Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr. and these, legends. And I think we started kind of trying to emulate that sound, at least I did, before we realized, like, wait a second, this is not who Arthur is. It might be who Joker wants to be. And so that was, I think, a point, at least for me, where it felt like something really clicked, where we took these standards and decided to do kind of our own understanding of them or interpretation. And Gaga was really, Stephanie was really, early on, she was like, oh, we're going to sing live. And I was like, no, we're not. Or you can sing live if you'd like, but I'm not. And ultimately we did it, yeah. And it was really the only way. I mean, not only did we sing live, but every part of the recording was live. We didn't sing to completed tracks or to click track. We were working with a pianist, on set. So each take was a different version of the song and of singing the song. So that felt really exciting. I think it created an energy that was necessary, at least that I felt.
I wouldn't necessarily say that this is actually a musical in a lot of ways. It's very different. The way that music is used is to really give the characters a way to express what they need to say, because the scene and just the dialogue is not enough. So, like Joaquin said, we did a lot of this live, and in a lot of ways, the pianist that was on set with us was sort of like an actor off camera in the scene with us. And we worked really hard also on the way that we sang. And for me, it was a lot about kind of unlearning technique and forgetting how to breathe and allowing the song to completely come out of the character. It was kind of the beauty of the whole thing was, you know, you can learn a song, you can learn a routine for a dance, you can drill something over and over again until you have it nearly perfect, but that's not always the most honest thing to do on camera. So I feel like, you know, we put in a lot of the work, but the joy of filming, I think, was that when we got there, we just kind of threw it all away and saw what happened when the camera was rolling.
And switching tracks now, it is the ISRO chairman that's spoken exclusively to NDTV regarding the journey when it comes to Chandrayaan to Gaganyaan, saying that they're doing their best to create more rockets, but there's an urgent need to tackle cyber fraud. Listen into this exclusive interview with my colleague, Pratima.
We have with us Mr. S. Somnath, who is the ISRO chairman. So thank you so much for joining us. So you come here to inaugurate and partake in the foundation stone laying ceremony for cyber security. Do you think that India has done enough to combat cyber frauds, and how do you think they could do that, especially when it comes to boosting digital literacy as well?
See, I will speak about the type of growth that is happening in the digital domain in India. It's really phenomenal. In the last few years, we have seen the growth of the digital payment infrastructure, the utilization of digital infrastructure for learning, education, and even in trade and commerce. Those are really growing very well. And along with that, the threat related to that, cyber, is also growing. So it's a two-pronged approach. One, you need to increase the digital ecosystem, but also have to handle these threats, which are mostly from outside the country. So it's a national requirement to strengthen it. So it happens in various counts. It happens in national institutions as well as in private ecosystem. Today, CISA is one of that associate which will support the national growth in cyber strengthening, and they have been working with many of those national institutions in the past. And today they are laying foundation stone for a different thing. It's not just to create a business, but to create an R&D ecosystem of cyber security through collaboration with other partners as well as academic institutions. This is really a good step, and calling it by Nalanda as a place where the global partnership happens. So I'm really happy because of that idea that I came over here and to have the foundation stone laid. So,
have you been a victim of cyber fraud yourself?
Of course, not a victim, but there were a lot of attempts. Like all of you would have also faced telephone calls and putting you to those type of situations. But fortunately, I am a little more educated on what are the possibilities, so I did not fall into any of them till now.
Today is also Teachers' Day, so who would be your greatest teacher?
All those teachers, starting with my younger days, school days. I always found a good teacher who will be able to inspire me, and went through that career. So there are many. I don't want to name. So this is a day of thanking them all.
So you've also mentioned that you would like more investments in the space sector. And what do you think are the challenges, especially when it comes to the satellite launch market?
Satellite launch market is very, very demanding. Today there are not enough rockets across the globe. So there are more satellites than the rockets. But then the launch market is it's a geopolitical thing. It's not just the number alone that matters, but the cost, the other political influences, the regional demand structure, all this matters. So we are trying to do our best to create more rockets and make it available for commercial ventures. So I find it is very, very interesting in various sectors. One small satellite side, there is a huge demand. That's why there are a lot of startups working on them. In the middle level, there we have PSLVs, which is doing very well. In the high level, we still don't have enough of capability, high capacity, so we are trying to develop. So we look at in various ways. So it has different complex models.
After Chandrayaan, there's Gaganyaan. Do you think that your expectations are really high?
I need to.
Nervous?
Thank you. No, there is no nervousness at all. Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
You have seen their blockbusters. Now meet the legends.
साहब वो गाने जो पहले होते थे 50, 60 में, अब वो नहीं होते। गानों क्या हो गया?
For the first time in decades on a news TV network.
When you were giving blockbuster after blockbuster, when stars like Amitabh Bachchan were, being created.
You don't create Amitabh Bachchan, you discover it.
जो आइकॉनिक जोड़ी बनी सलीम जावेद की, वो डेस्टिनी नहीं है तो ये हार्ड वर्क है। आप लोग दोनों की ये आप लोग दोनों की हार्ड वर्क है।
देखिए, हार्ड वर्क का मतलब ये नहीं है anybody who doesn't believe in destiny doesn't mean that he controls everything. I don't believe in destiny, but I don't have any delusion that I control everything.
सलीम जावेद ने जब स्क्रिप्ट लिखी, राइटर्स थे, तो उनका नाम हुआ। उसके बाद किसी राइटर का नाम क्यों नहीं?
इतना किसी का रिकॉर्ड ही नहीं था ना।
Real stars of Bollywood, Salim Javed join NDTV for an exclusive conversation.
So we can break some news to our viewers that Salim Javed will be returning very soon.
Come back.
Coming soon.
Come back. Coming soon.
Come back of Salim Javed.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app.
Hello everybody. Even as the brutal rape and murder of a junior doctor at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital on the 9th of August continues to resonate across the country, TMC has now alleged that the issue is being politicized. It has assured support to the victim's family. Even as in the Supreme Court, there's a bail plea hearing of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, while India continues to perform very well at the Paralympics. We'll get you all that and more in this bulletin, but first up, the headlines. Kolkata rape and victim skin, cops offered us money. TMC has assured support to the victim's family. TMC has also said West Bengal government offered to help the parents. TMC has said that vulture politics is happening around the case. Maharashtra Chief Minister slams politics on Shivaji statue collapse. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has said that the accused has been arrested and the issue has to stop now. Shivaji statue sculptor has been arrested by cops. Kerala High Court forms a special bench for Mollywood Me Too woman judge to head the bench for Mollywood assault cases. The bench will also hear matters related to Hema panel report. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea hearing in Supreme Court today, not a threat in money laundering case. That's what Kejriwal has told the Supreme Court. The CM has also challenged arrest in CBI case linked to liquor policy. Delhi government wakes up to desilting task after monsoon. Delhi drain disorder. NDTV does a reality check. Monsoon recedes. Delhi drains still clogged. India's historic medal performance at Paralympics. Harvinder Singh wins gold in para archery. Paralympics Day 7, 24 medals in India's kitty, a PhD gold medalist for India. The Congress has again hit out at the BJP and the centre over the Agnipath scheme. The Congress party has said that it will not rest till it finishes Agnipath. Congress has called the Agnipath scheme a betrayal. Remember, it was also part of its manifesto and it has said that it will revoke the scheme if it comes back to power. Congress party today has said that opposition pressure may force the government to make changes. In fact, INC India has tweeted today, and I quote, Modi government will have to stop Agnipath scheme also. If they don't do this, we will stop it. It is reported that changes will be made in Agnipath scheme due to pressure from opposition. It is possible that after 4 years of service, now 50% of Agniveers will get permanent jobs instead of 25%. But that's not enough. Agniveer scheme is against the army. This is a betrayal with the youth of the country. It's playing with the national security. Right now, they have forced us to reconsider, but we will not rest until we finish it. Joining us now is Prabhakar, who has more details on this story. Prabhakar, tell us what really led to the Congress yet again attacking the BJP on Agnipath, and tell us what is the significance of this attack?
See, remember, this was an issue which, when the scheme was launched, it was JDU actually which started this issue, and they were in the opposition. They were running a government here in Bihar along with RJD. The BJP was the opposition party, so they had completely, they were against this particular scheme, and they wanted the government to scrap this scheme. They said this is not only, this would be curse for the unemployed youth who are actually seeking employment in the armed forces, and this scheme should be scrapped at once. Now the dynamics has changed. The JDU is part of the NDA alliance. So remember, they had not only moved the court on this particular issue, but also had sought intervention of the Supreme Court over the Agniveer issue. Now what we are learning from our sources is that the BJP might actually make some changes, some amendments in the scheme. The amendments might actually be increasing the years these new recruits are supposed to spend in the army. But Congress is not ready to buy that. Congress is saying that they would continue opposing it till this entire scheme is scrapped, because this is something which is against the interest of those seeking employment in the army and the defense forces. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us with those details. Also joining us now is Pooja Tripathi of the Congress Party, and we have Shazia Ilmi, a spokesperson of the BJP. Thank you both of you for joining me. Pooja Tripathi, first tell us what made the Congress react like this. We know that the Congress has been consistently attacking the government on the Agnipath scheme. It has said that it's a betrayal of India. It has also said that it will also increase unemployment. But one criticism that we've often seen with the Congress's criticism of the Agnipath scheme is that the party has not offered any alternative when it comes to modernization of the armed forces or catering to its increasing demands. What do you have to say on that?
Vasudha, when it comes to the topic of modernization of armed forces, you don't play with the fire. Armed forces is the most secure, the most stable, and the most efficient organization that's been functioning in the country. You know, when they introduced this contract scheme called Agnipath, they are just playing with the fire. They're not just playing with the security of the country. They are playing against the aspirational youth who wanted to join army, not just with an intention to serve the motherland, but they also wanted a secure future. And not why just Congress, is the Janata Dal United and Lok Janshakti Party. They've been asking government to modify Agniveer. And this is, let me tell you, I remember General M.M. Naravane saying that if constitution can be amended 100 times, why can't this policy be modified? Having the feedback from the ground. The feedback from the ground is Bharatiya Janata Party is losing badly in Haryana elections, and that's why. And this is the Rajat belt. This is the belt that sends the maximum youth to the army. And you hear any kind of reporter talking to the people on the ground, and they are saying that log khali baithe hain, they don't want to join the army. 4 saal ke liye kyun join karenge? Now that's his feedback. And they have made a U-turn after the Waqf Board, after the lateral entry, after the broadcast bill, LTCG jokes, and the pension scheme. This is another huge U-turn by the government that claimed the 400 par, but could just be, limited to 240. This and many more to come, Vasudha, I must say, because the demand of Congress is Agniveer scheme should be scrapped altogether. Don't play with the fire, don't mess with an organization that's responsible for maintaining the security of the country when 3 of our borders are porous, and there's a huge problem lying around with the security from Pakistan and from China, and you just don't give them inexperienced soldiers to fight on, and then leave those trained manforce in the market for after 4 years. I think this is not just injustice to the country, it's injustice to the youth of the country too.
Shazia, would you like to respond to that? Because in the last few months, leading up to, specifically because of the Lok Sabha elections 2024, we see that the BJP did not have as many numbers as it expected. We did see the party really consulting with its allies when it came to important decisions. There has also been a rollback of sorts because there have been widespread consultations, and there has been some focus on listening to what people on ground say. Do you think that there's a possibility that the Agnipath scheme, which was brought in with a lot of promise that the party made, and also the centre said that this will cater to the increasing demands of the armed forces, it will modernize it. Do you think that there's a possibility that it could be revoked, considering that the opposition is consistently attacking it, and also elections are coming up now?
So first of all, let me tell you that the opposition, the LOP, was called out in the parliament after the new government was elected and was found lying completely on the issue of compensation. All the announcements that have been made, there will be reservations, and there will be complete absorption of the Agniveer youth. In case 25% of course will go to the army, and others will go to other paramilitary forces, and then others also would be recruited. It has already been announced. But it's very rich coming from those who are actually in an alliance with the National Conference, which is talking about abrogation of Article 370, which is actually standing with the secessionists, with those, with the terrorists, with Pakistan, and which stands for dialogue with Pakistan. I really wonder what if we'd be looking at Haryana elections, where they send so many of its young men to the army. I wonder how they would react to Congress Party's decision to go with those who want to abrogate Article 370, who want to dialogue with Pakistan, who want LOC trade with Pakistan, who keep scaring India like Farooq Abdullah just did and said that, oh, you know something, India is a nuclear power. Pakistan is a nuclear power and India should be petrified. Farooq Abdullah, who wants Chinese intervention. You think Rahul Gandhi would be able to cut any ice with those people there in Haryana who send their brave men to the army, who says that हाँ हमारे लोग कैसे पिटे थे, कैसे उनकी पिटाई हुई थी डोकलम में. I think that the truth is quite the reverse, and I think it's really sad that Rahul Gandhi has decided to go once again with the secessionists, and I think this has been planned from day one.
Right.
So I think they have a lot to answer for. As for Agniveer, their lives have been called out. We stand very much by Agniveer. It benefits many people. It has been tweaked and modified as per demands and concerns, and it is going to make a huge difference. And in fact, this is also coming from Rahul Gandhi, who's compromising the professionalism of the army by talking about not merit, not performance.
Pooja, would you like to respond to that? Because, you know, it's an important observation. Also, reforms is a tricky business. You know, in a country like India, it has diverse needs. The fact that, you know, the opposition, if it keeps stalling every reform move, or for that matter, anything that is being brought in with a vision to sort of revolutionize an existing system, won't that go against the interest of the country?
No, I don't disagree with you, Vasudha. It's very rich coming from Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson that the question was on Agniveer and she went into Article 370 and I went on to GMT elections. But I'll not get into that. Any reform should be kept with a larger goal of a national interest in mind, and that's the basic fundamentals of any government that's reigning, that any government that forms a government in the Delhi. So a national interest should be prime. And what kind of, when a general has said that this came out of the bolt of the blue, you cannot, as I said, you cannot play with the fire. It was just, she was just mentioning the compensation. Are the Agniveer, suppose Agniveer youth, are they getting any pension? No. Any gratuity? No. Any disability pension? No. Any ex-serviceman health benefits? No. Any canteen benefits? No. Any ESSE? No. Any ex-serviceman status? No. You are just, releasing into the societal manfold a trained manforce, which we are already grappling with the problem of unemployment. You do not make policies that aids to the problem of unemployment of the youth who is looking. These are the youth. It's not, people from Bharatiya Janata Party spokespersons or Congress spokesperson who get into the army. Let's be very honest about it. It's the people from the villages. It's people from the lower belt of the marginalized sections of the society. It's from the Dehat who toil hard, who burn their night oil to train for the army and train for future because they wanted a secure future. You just came and just for the sake of modernization of the army, when army generals have been telling you that this is very detrimental to the whole structure of army, the whole health of the army, and then you decided that we'll not modify it. It's Kargil Divas. Last Kargil Divas, Prime Minister was defending it, and now they have come and started modifying it. The role of an opposition is to check the government on where they flaw, to correct the government.
Shazia, because the government is also focusing on a lot of feedback that, like we have seen in the last few months, and also youth are at the center of it. We know that there's a big skilling program that the budget also sort of like centered itself on. Would it be a good idea to, in some ways, for the Defence Ministry to revise the kind of benefits that are there for Agniveers, in some ways to increase retention? Because if there is a plan that is put in place to boost the retention rate of the Agniveers, which is what the opposition's, one of the main criticism has been, that would also allow more individuals to extend their service beyond the initial 4-year period, which has been the point of contention.
Yes, I disagree totally with the Congress spokesperson, and it's obvious that she wants to oppose for the sake of it, as is the want and mandate of her party. And she wonders why I brought in Article 370. Well, you're talking about the army here. You're talking about Haryana elections here, which is why it's very important for people to know the truth about the Congress party. And we know how Congress has been known for all its corruption in defense deals and where they stood on Rafael. Similarly, they're spreading all these canards about Agniveer, when Agniveer clearly is a way to not just increase the forces, modernize it, and to have shop services commission there, which is there in many countries, but also to provide gainful opportunities for youth to get streamlined into the army and forces and paramilitary forces and learn the discipline that army offers and learn and acquire a new skill set. But obviously these are all new and good ideas, something Congress party would not know anything about. All they've done is this same old identity politics. And of course now Rahul Gandhi wants caste system even here. There's just desperation by the Congress party who can't think afresh, can't think anew, and is stuck with the same old rotten divide and rule policy. I think they'll have to go and come clean where Haryana elections are happening, and they will have to tell people where they stand on Pakistan, on dialogue with Pakistan, on national conferences, main issue of abolition of 370. Those are the issues that Haryana youth and former servicemen, current servicemen, and those who want to go would want to know more about. So I just want to warn my Congress spokesperson, she better be ready about an answer, because Rahul Gandhi hasn't still mentioned where he stands with 370, knowing very well that he has an alliance conference and they are traveling together everywhere. So this is something that she'll have to be prepared for, instead of saying, BJP spokesperson is bringing it up.
Okay, thank you, Shazia. Thank you, Pooja Tripathi, for joining us on this show. Clearly a politically sensitive issue there. Congress party saying that it will not rest till the Agnipath scheme is revoked. Moving on to some poll-bound states. Moving on to some Haryana stories, BJP leader and Minister Ranjit Chautala has resigned from the BJP, saying BJP gave him an offer to contest from Dabwali, but he will fight only from the Rania seat. Remember that Mr. Ranjit Chautala is one of the 9 MLAs that the BJP dropped in its list of 67 candidates that it has released yesterday. Remember that Haryana elections are scheduled to be held on the 5th of October. Ranjit Chautala is a former MLA from Rania constituency in Sirsa district, and he was lobbying to contest from the Rania seat, but the BJP has fielded another candidate, Shishpal Kamboj, from that constituency. Chautala had joined the BJP earlier this year ahead of the Lok Sabha elections after resigning as an independent MLA, and he had fought the Hisar parliamentary seat but was defeated by the Congress party's Jay Prakash.
कांग्रेस लीडरशिप डिसाइड करेगी, हम कौन हैं डिसाइड करने वाले।
मैंने पहले भी कहा, आज भी वो है, हाईकमान का फैसला होगा, क्योंकि ये फैसला एंड में ही आता है। जब भी फैसला
मैंने तो अनेक बार पहले भी कहा है कि जो पंजाब में चन्नी की स्थिति हुई वही नायब जी की होने वाली है।
So that is Ranjit Chautala. He's a Haryana minister and he's resigned from the cabinet on Thursday. Gurpreet, my colleague, joins us from Haryana. He's been tracking these stories. Gurpreet, of the 67 candidates that the BJP announced yesterday, 9 were dropped. 9 MLAs have been dropped, and Ranjit Chautala is one of them. And he says that he was
landslide devastation.
Which is Rania's seat, and of course the BJP has given it to another candidate, Shishpal Kamboj, and the Congress party is still working on negotiations to bring out its list of candidates. So tell us on both fronts, what is the update that we have?
Well, yes, of course, we have seen Ranjit Chautala, who was the former minister with the Haryana government. He has today given his resignation as a minister, and he has already made an announcement saying he is going to contest the election from same constituency, Rania, as an independent candidate. He was asking for the ticket from the BJP party, but party did not give him a ticket, and after that he had decided to contest as an independent candidate from the same constituency. Ranjit Chautala was the minister in Haryana government, and he had also contested member parliament Hisar from the BJP party. Despite having a very close links with the party high command, party did not give ticket. If we can talk about overall Haryana politics, we have seen what we have learned from the BJP leaders and top BJP leaders say they had conducted multiple surveys. They had talked to a lot of workers at the grassroots level so that they will be able to give a best candidate, and that could be possible reasons why these MLAs, 9 MLAs were not able to get the ticket. Not only MLAs, we have seen the names of the ministers had also been dropped. If we can talk about a sports person, we have seen Sandeep Singh, the former minister, sports minister in Haryana, who was in Haryana government. He was not in the new list where we have seen he was not able to get any ticket. If we can talk about the Congress side, we have seen they are also trying to hold multiple discussion because rebels since this list which was declared by the BJP, after that we have seen a lot of rebels have already speaking very vocally against the party, and they have been given ultimatum to the party, either the tickets should be replaced or they are going to chalk out another political strategy. Same thing the Congress is also facing, and that was the pressure on the Congress party to find out there should be less rebellion and there should be less infighting within the party, and that is one of the reasons why there is a delay for making an announcement for the candidate. So let's see what we have learned from the Congress leaders also. They say it can be possible today at night or maybe in tomorrow morning the list will be declared. Let's see what will be happen once the Congress list will be declared. The same time of rebels will come out and speak against the party or not, or they are going to make such type of political strategy. They will be able to pacify rebels within the party. So both the BJP and Congress, they are fighting and struggling with the same problem at this point of time.
Right.
Back to studio.
Gurpreet, also tell us what is happening on the Aam Aadmi Party Congress alliance front, because clearly there is a signal from the Congress High Command to go ahead with the alliance. But what is the state unit thinking? Because in the past also there have been disagreements with the Congress High Command and the state units, and that has also had political consequences.
We have seen not only one time, multiple times, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, he has denied making any alliance with Aam Aadmi Party. But we have seen a new development has already been come into this new development where these both parties, they are holding multiple talks on the alliance. What we have learned from the state unit does not want to forge any alliance, but seems the central leadership, they are convinced and they want to forge this alliance, and because of that multiple meetings are being held. What we have learned, the state unit, they are talking to the central leadership that how the Congress will be able to come into power, but at the same time the central unit wants to know there should not be division of the votes, and that is their intention to hold a multiple meetings so that they will be able to get all the votes, and votes of the Congress and other people should not be divided into Aam Aadmi Party, and that is the criteria which they are following. Let's see, because as of now no Congress leader is telling how many seats they are going to give to Aam Aadmi Party and what type of strategy they are making for forging alliance with Congress Party. That is yet to be seen, but yes, talks are already on the way, and we have seen the multiple leaders, they have already confirmed they are on the way to forge any alliance with Aam Aadmi Party. Back to studio.
Thank you, Gurpreet, for joining us with those critical details. Clearly, a lot of political activity in poll-bound Haryana. Remember, Haryana votes on the 5th of October. And of course, the election results will be announced on the 8th of October. BJP has already come out with its first list of 67 candidates. The Congress could be releasing its list of candidates soon, is what Gurpreet is reporting. Moving on, the leader of opposition and BJP leader in West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written a letter to Shubhendu Adhikari has written a letter to Amit Shah, the Home Minister, requesting him to forfeit the medal, the President's Medal that was given to Police Commissioner of Kolkata, Vineet Goyal. He has said that even the parents of the RG Kant Medical College and Hospital student who was brutally raped and murdered last month have made serious allegations about the complicity of the Police Commissioner, including hurrying up the cremation of the young doctor, and also asking the parents to sign on a blank paper and alleging that money was being offered to them to say that they were not being ill-treated by the police and that the investigation was going on properly. In fact, the parents have also said that no one was listening to them. That's what Shubhendu Adhikari has pointed out in his letter to the Home Minister. The victims' parents have alleged that they wanted the body preserved but were forced to proceed with the cremation. Many questions have been raised, including why they had to wait for 3.5 hours to see their daughter's face. Why was the autopsy delayed? Why did the police file an unnatural death case? That's what he has said, clearly calling for the forfeiting of the medal that was given to Vineet Goyal, the police commissioner in West Bengal.
আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাইজে ছিল তখন ডিসি নট আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার যা জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিয়েছি ডিসি সেন্টার ইন্দিরা মুখোপাধ্যায় বারবার প্রেস মিট করে মিথ্যা কথা বলছি মিথ্যাচার করছি কারণটা কি কারণে আমরা করছি এই জিনিসটা তাই যে আমাদের একটা বিশাল প্রশ্ন আমাদের সবসময় মনে আসছে
তখন পর্যন্ত না বডি দাহ হয়েছে ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত 300-400 পুলিশ একেবারে ঘিরে রেখেছিল আমাদেরকে যেই মুহূর্তে আমাদের মেয়ের বডি দাহ হয়ে গেল আর একটা পুলিশ নেই কি করে পরিবার আসবে কি করে কে আসবে কারোর কোনো দরকার পড়েনি কারোর কোনো জানার দরকার নেই সেই মানুষগুলো যদি শ্মশানেও থেকে যেত তাহলে হয়তো থেকে যেত এতটা সক্রিয় ছিল পুলিশ বডি নিয়ে যাওয়া পর্যন্ত যখন দাহ হয়ে গেল তখন পুলিশ নিষ্ক্রিয় হয়ে গেল ঘরে ঢুকে পুলিশ টাকা অফার করছে বাবা মাকে যেখানে আমরা আমাদের মেয়ের বডি নিয়ে বসে রয়েছি ঘরে পরিবারের প্রত্যেকটা লোক চোখের জলে তাকাতে পারছি না তখন পুলিশ গিয়ে টাকা অফার করছে আমাদেরকে এটা পুলিশের মানবিক মুখ তারা আবার বলছেন যে আমরা সব ঠিক কাজ করেছি আমরা সব দায়িত্ব পালন করেছি এটাকে দায়িত্ব পালন বলে এটাকে
এবার এই ভিডিওটাই বলুন গতকালকে যে ভিডিওটা ভাইরাল হয়েছে যেখানে নাকি বলা হচ্ছে একটা যে বাবা মা যারা শোকাহত তাদের সঙ্গে আমরাই শোকে রয়েছি তাদের মনে হয় অবস্থাটা তো আর বয়ান করা যায় না সেই জায়গায় আমরা ধরতে পারবো না স্পর্শ করতে পারবো না এতটা কঠিন সময়ের মধ্যে দিয়ে তারা যাচ্ছে এবং সেই সময় যদি তাদেরকে টাকা পয়সা দেওয়া হয়েছিল ইত্যাদি পুলিশ দিয়েছিল ধামা চাপা দেওয়ার জন্য এরকম একটা ভিডিও যাচ্ছিল তার পাশে পাশে আবার আরেকটা ভিডিও এসছে যেখানে বাবা মারাও এইরকম একটা অভিযোগটাকে অসত্য বললেন এবং তারা বললেন এটা মিথ্যা আমরা কিন্তু আমাদের মেয়ের জন্যে একেবারেই তাড়াতাড়ি যে মেয়ে আমাদের মধ্যে নেই তার জন্য বিচার চাই
Meanwhile, fugitive sculptor accused Jaideep Apte has been arrested from Kalyan, and this is with regard to the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's statue collapse case. The police took Apte to Malwan, where he will be produced in the court today for remand. The sculptor was absconding for several days in the case of demolition of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's statue in Rajkot Fort of Sindhudurg district. Was taken into custody by the Kalyan police squad at night when he was coming home to meet his family. However, Apte's lawyer, Ganesh Soni, has claimed that he himself surrendered before the police. Politics in the state has also intensified since the demolition of the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's statue. Remember, the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, in a visit, has himself apologized for this. The opposition has asked the Mahayuti government, has put the Mahayuti government in the dock, accusing it for corruption. FIR has been registered in this case, and consultant Chetan Patil has already been arrested.
जयदीप आप्टे हो या और कोई हो वो कानून के सामने सब सरीके हैं कानून से कोई ऊंचा नहीं है उसको अरेस्ट किया जाएगा वो कहीं भी जाएगा उसको पकड़ा जाएगा और पकड़ लिया है तो अभी जो अपोजिशन वाले जो राजनीति कर रहे हैं उनको एक बड़ी चपराक है एक बड़ा फटकार उनको मिला है और ये जयदीप आप्टे की चौकसी होगी कार्रवाई होगी और छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज जी हमारे सबके लिए आराध्य दैवत है ये दुर्घटना बहुत ही दुर्दैवी बात है लेकिन उसका राजकारण करना उसकी राजनीति करना ये तो बहुत बड़ा दुर्दैव है और इसलिए हम सरकार ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज जी का जो प्रतिमा है ये स्टैचू जो है ये भव्य दिव्य जल्द से जल्द वहाँ बनाएगी ये हमारा मकसद है
शिवाजी महाराज की मूर्ति बनाई गई और मैंने अखबार में पढ़ा कि प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा मैं शिवाजी महाराज से माफी मांगता हूं अब मैं ये समझना चाहता हूं प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किस कारण माफी मांगी। अलग अलग कारण हो सकते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री को सिर्फ शिवाजी महाराज से माफी नहीं मांगनी चाहिए। अगर माफी मांग रहे हैं तो महाराष्ट्र के हर व्यक्ति से माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
My colleague Anuj joins me with more details on this. Anuj, in some ways, the collapse of the Shivaji Maharaj statue has shaken up the politics in this state. Elections are also coming up. We saw the Prime Minister himself apologizing for this, saying that Shivaji Maharaj is more than a deity for him and for his party. But of course, the Mahavikas Aghadi is in no mood to let go of this party on this particular issue. So tell us, how is the politics around this sort of intensifying? And also, tell us a little bit about the latest arrest in this case of this sculptor who was arrested yesterday.
Let us start with what happened the most latest here. Yesterday we can see that the prime accused in this particular case, Jaideep Apte, a 24-year-old relatively inexperienced sculptor from Kalyan, which is a region close to Thane, and we'll come back to why this region is significant, was arrested last night after 10 days. He was absconding for 10 days, and of course some reports state that he was here to meet his family. But Jaideep's lawyer is saying that he surrendered to the court, to the police himself. And politics has, of course, taken a new turn. But politics on this entire issue started at that very moment when the statue in Sindhudurga came down. It's been more than 10 days since the statue fell. And we're seeing that it was an add-on for the opposition, who was already trying to get on very heavily in the government after the Badlapur incident, to form their narrative against the government just a few weeks before the elections. Of course, they had a statewide protest starting from Mumbai, but also in different parts of the state as well. The very first reaction from the Shinde-led Maharashtra government was to, kind of move themselves away from this responsibility and to put it on the Navy. But there you did not see the government speaking in unison, because of course the Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis from the BJP and Eknath Shinde, the CM from Shiv Sena, very clearly held on to this view that the Navy had more to do with this than the government. But we saw that the second Deputy CM, that is Ajit Pawar from the NCP, state very clearly he was in fact the first person from the administration to apologize for it publicly. And that also showed that everyone was not on the same page over the issue of statue falling down in Sindhudurga in the government itself. And the opposition banked on this and tried to create a narrative of Shiv Premis versus Shiv Drohis in the state. Shiv Premis, which is the follower of the Shivaji, and Shiv Drohis, which is the traitors of Shivaji, rather than keeping it as an opposition versus the government narrative. And we're seeing that several reactions are coming from the government side as well, be it the chief minister, the two deputy chief ministers, or even the prime minister of the country. After apologizing to the state, of course, a few earlier and a few later, they stated that politics should be avoided on this issue, and all the parties, including the opposition, should come and help the government create another statue. But the opposition is in no mood to slow down as far as the criticism on the government is concerned. Instead, they're asking for a quick action against the CM himself, because the government gave the contract to this 24-year-old relatively inexperienced sculptor from Kalyan, which is the home constituency of Dr. Shrikant Shinde, who is the sitting MP from there and also the son of Eknath Shinde. And Kalyan is also falls under the region of Thane, which is the home turf of Eknath Shinde. So all of these aspects pinpoint towards only one thing, according to the opposition, and that is the involvement of the Bharatiya Janata Party in giving this massive project, which was later inaugurated by the Prime Minister of the country, to this inexperienced sculptor from Thane. Now, of course, from Kalyan. Now, of course, he has been arrested yesterday and he will be presented today. In fact, he has been presented today in the Malvan court. And the two important, cases will be looked into in this particular aspect. Firstly, they'll be looking at culpable homicide, which is something that the government lawyer will try to fight for as far as Jaideep Apte is concerned. And secondly, cheating the government, because we're also seeing contradictory statements coming over the budget and the height of the statue.
Right. Thank you, Anush, for joining us with those critical details. Another important arrest in the Shivaji statue collapse case, an episode which has shaken up politics in Maharashtra. Well, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Welcome back. Karnataka government has decided to withhold the Teachers' Day Award announced for Ramakrishna BJ, principal of the Government Pre-University College, Kundapur in Udupi district. Now, the state government on Wednesday withheld the Best Principal Award for the year 2024-25. The controversy dates back to an incident 2 years ago when the principal enforced a ban on female students wearing hijabs. This followed outrage expressed by a section of activists and academics over his choice, alleging that he was one of the people who was responsible for the hijab controversy that had erupted during the previous BJP regime. Let's take a look at the reactions that came in today for this story before we go across to my colleague Pratibha, who has more details on it.
They should have done, that's a mistake, for everything. They have to purely verify everything and then send it to us. And once they send it, we usually clear it. But once it has come into public domain, to our knowledge also, then we had to put it on hold for now. Later we'll take a decision once.
At that time he was actually following the government rules.
No. But the way he treated the children, that is the issue, that's all. If nothing is done, no problem is there, then we'll take a call. We'll have to do that. No, it's not about double standards. See, don't politicize this issue.
Principal has been maintaining that it is only due to some technical error that the award has been withheld. But in the meantime, the Karnataka government has maintained that there is nothing political about it and that they are looking into a report that could perhaps be submitted that could also perhaps prove the wrongdoing of this principal, and based on which they would be further considering whether this award must be given to him or not, is what we hear from the education department so far. But yes, this has snowballed into a bigger controversy, especially with what happened in 2022 that has been highlighted by the SDPI by taking to social media platform and contesting against this award that was first offered to Mr. Ramakrishna, who has been one of the faces in this hijab controversy there. And what we know also for sure is that the teacher has now taken this and said that this is due to a technical error, but we are waiting to see what will be the BJP reaction and whether this would snowball into a political flashpoint once again.
Moving on, Kannada actors Chetan and Kishore Kumar are amongst the many who have signed the petition requesting Siddaramaiah-led Karnataka Congress government to form a committee and probe into the sexual assault cases in the Kannada film industry, also known as Sandalwood. Now, this comes in the wake of the Hema Committee report, which has exposed cases of sexual assault in the Malayalam film industry. Speaking exclusively to some reports, some media channels, Chetan and Kishore Kumar have shared why they signed the petition and what they want from the government. My colleague Pratibha has more details on the story.
Film industry, yes, the Sandalwood industry has been deeply anguished with what has happened in the Malayalam film industry. And FIRE is an organization that represents several of these film personalities, and they have gone ahead signing a petition. And the petition has been signed by 159 artists as well as activists. And this petition was given to the Karnataka government yesterday, requesting them to constitute a committee that can probe the sexual allegations as well as abuses that could perhaps exist in the Kannada film industry as well. And following that, noted actors today like Mr. Chetan as well as Shruti Hariharan approached the Chief Minister, visited him at his residence and reminded him that a committee needs to be set up, and we're also talking about how there needs to be a report that needs to be submitted talking about sexual allegations, if it exists at all, in the Kannada film industry. Another information that has cropped up is the fact that Sanjana Galrani, a noted Kannada film actress, has also written a letter to both the Home Minister as well as the Chief Minister, requesting them to form a women's organization of sorts to look into the abuses as well as different harassment that could perhaps be faced by women in the film industry here in Karnataka. Fondly known as Sandalwood, they want to look into the allegations that could perhaps exist here. We'll have to wait to see what would be the response of the Karnataka government.
Well, now the Kerala High Court has constituted a two-judge special bench to hear Me Too cases that have come up in Kerala. This is following the Hema Committee report that emerged a few days ago, which showed that women have to face a lot of sexual abuse, harassment and exploitation just for basic jobs in the Malayalam film industry. The Hema Committee related cases now will be heard by Justice A.K. Jayashankaran Nambiar and Justice C.S. Sudha. I have my colleague Ishika, who has been reporting on this right from the start. Ishika, we saw this Kerala state government, the CPM government, also put in place an SIT committee, and now the judiciary has taken note of this. Kerala High Court has put in place a two-judge special bench. Clearly, there is a sense that this is something that only the judiciary should be handling, because governments across the country have not been very cooperative when it comes to women's issues, specifically sexual abuse. So tell us about the significance of the special bench that will be hearing Me Too cases.
Well,
Well, Vasudha, as you rightly mentioned, this particular development that now comes from the Kerala High Court, that is the constitution of a two-member special bench for hearing all the cases related to the HEMA committee is very crucial, because looking at the sensitivity of the cases so far that has been filed, remember these are sexual harassment cases, these are in fact rape charges in fact that have been leveled against Mollywood heavyweights. So after seeing all of that, Kerala High Court in fact had decided to form this two-member special bench to hear into this matter. And remember that if we talk about the Mollywood heavyweights against whom such cases have been filed, like actor Siddique, he had also approached the Kerala High Court, seeking anticipatory bail in the matter. So that matter is also, going to be posted, is expected to be posted for this two-member special bench. Apart from that, another PIL demanding that the case be transferred to CBI will also be heard by this bench. Over to you.
Well, thank you, Ishika, for getting us those critical details. Moving on to an important story from the capital of the country, the Supreme Court began hearing critical pleas against the CBI from the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Today, Mr. Kejriwal is seeking bail in the now scrapped excise policy case. The Delhi High Court had extended his judicial custody on Tuesday until the 11th of September. Mr. Kejriwal is also challenging the Delhi High Court's decision which upheld his arrest by the CBI. Arvind Kejriwal is being represented by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is his lawyer, and he has said, and I quote, that the CBI is obsessed with everything except the CRPC, while the CBI has said that the Delhi High Court will be highly demoralized if the Supreme Court grants bail to the Delhi Chief Minister. Let me remind my audience that the Supreme Court is hearing Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's plea seeking bail and challenging his arrest by the CBI in the now scrapped Delhi liquor policy. This is a bench comprising, a bench comprising Justices Surya, Kant and Ujjal Bhuyan, while considering the bail plea on the 14th of August, had denied Mr. Kejriwal interim bail. The hearing was then adjourned to 5th of September, which is today, and this had also granted CBI some time to submit its counter affidavit. Now, in its response, the CBI has underscored that the Aam Aadmi Party chief's arrest was necessary due to his evasive and non-cooperative attitude to questions about his alleged involvement in the case. It also argued that Mr. Kejriwal cannot claim parity with the co-accused who have already received bail because he has a distinct role. Remember, former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, BRS leader, and MLC Kejriwal, and former Aam Aadmi Party communication in charge, Vijay Nair, have already been granted bail by the top court. Remember that the Delhi Chief Minister was initially arrested by the ED on the 21st of March. This was in connection with the alleged corruption in the excise policy scam. He was alleged to be receiving kickbacks from the South Group. He remains in custody due to his subsequent arrest by the CBI because on July 12th, the Supreme Court granted him interim bail in the ED case. He was taken into CBI custody on the 26th of June from the Rouse Avenue Court, and he was remanded to judicial custody on the 29th of June. Today, Abhishek Manu Singhvi in the court representing Mr. Kejriwal has said that the Chief Minister's case is exceptional. He has been granted bail thrice under the stringent PMLA bail provisions. And he's also pointed out that the CBI did not arrest Kejriwal for 2 years after registration of the case. But the CBI has said that the Delhi High Court will be demoralized if the Supreme Court gives him, grants bail to the Delhi Chief Minister. But remember that the Supreme Court has been insisting on bail being the rule and jail being the exception, which is why the other co-accused in this case, which includes BRS leader Kejriwal, former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi Manish Sisodia, and former Aam Aadmi Party communication in charge Vijay Nair, have already been granted bail by the top court in the last few days. Those are the visuals. Remember, Delhi High Court is hearing Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's plea seeking bail and challenging his arrest by the CBI in the now scrapped excise policy case. Remember that a Supreme Court bench, while considering the bail plea on 14th of August, had denied him interim bail, after which the hearing was adjourned to 5th of September, and this had also granted CBI some time to submit its counter affidavit. Going across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who has been reporting on this case. Sunil, very interesting arguments in the Supreme Court today. Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying that Mr. Kejriwal's case is exceptional and that the other co-accused have already received bail in this case. Tell us what really happened in the court today. Okay, we'll try connecting with Sunil Prabhu in a short while, but time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Always gladdening to meet my friend and former Prime Minister of Singapore, Mr. Lee Long. It has always been he's been a strong votary of close India-Singapore ties. His insights on various matters are also very enriching.
You have seen their blockbusters. Now meet the legends.
साहब वो गाने जो पहले होते थे 50-60 में अब वो नहीं होते गानों को क्या हो गया
For the first time in decades on a news TV network.
When you were giving blockbuster after blockbuster, when stars like Amitabh Bachchan were, being created.
You don't create Amitabh Bachchan, you discover it.
जो आइकॉनिक जोड़ी बनी सलीम जावेद की, वो डेस्टिनी नहीं है तो ये हार्ड वर्क है आप लोग दोनों की ये आप लोग दोनों की हार्ड वर्क है.
देखिए हार्ड वर्क का मतलब ये नहीं है anybody who doesn't believe in destiny doesn't mean that he controls everything. I don't believe in destiny, but I don't have any delusion that I control everything.
सलीम जावेद ने जब स्क्रिप्ट लिखी, राइटर्स थे तो उनका नाम हुआ. उसके बाद किसी राइटर का नाम क्यों नहीं?
इतना किसी का रिकॉर्ड ही नहीं था ना.
Real stars of Bollywood, Salim Javed join NDTV for an exclusive conversation.
So we can break some news to our viewers that Salim Javed will be returning very soon.
Come back.
Coming soon.
Come back. Coming soon.
Come back of Salim Javed.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad.
Welcome back. Today is the last date for filing of nominations for Phase 2 of polls in Jammu and Kashmir. 26 assembly constituencies in the state will poll on the 25th of September. Omar Abdullah has filed his nomination from Budgam today. The NC leader has already filed his nominations from Ganderbal yesterday, which is his family constituency. The Budgam seat was held by Aga Ruhullah MP from Srinagar. Meanwhile, the Election Commission of India issued the notification for the filing of nominations for the third and final phase of the polls. As many as 40 seats vote in the third phase of polling, which will be held on the 1st of October.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Surya. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
You have seen their blockbusters. Now meet the legends.
साहब वो गाने जो पहले होते थे 50, 60 में, अब वो नहीं होते। गानों को क्या हो गया?
For the first time in decades, on a news TV network.
When you were giving blockbuster after blockbuster, when stars like Amitabh Bachchan were, being created.
You don't create Amitabh Bachchan, you discover it.
जो आइकॉनिक जोड़ी बनी सलीम जावेद की, वो डेस्टिनी नहीं है तो ये हार्ड वर्क है आप लोग दोनों की ये आप लोग दोनों की हार्ड वर्क है।
देखिए हार्ड वर्क का मतलब ये नहीं है anybody who doesn't believe in destiny doesn't mean that he controls everything. I don't believe in destiny. But I don't have any delusion that I control everything.
सलीम जावेद ने जब स्क्रिप्ट लिखी, राइटर्स थे, तो उनका नाम हुआ. उसके बाद किसी राइटर का नाम क्यों नहीं?
इतना किसी का रिकॉर्ड ही नहीं था ना.
Real stars of Bollywood, Salim Javed, join NDTV for an exclusive conversation.
So we can break some news to our viewers that Salim Javed will be returning very soon.
Come back.
Coming soon.
Come back. Coming soon.
Come back of Salim Javed.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City.
Top Court reserves order on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea. Kejriwal tells Supreme Court that he's not a threat in money laundering case. CM has challenged arrest in CBI case linked to liquor policy. Ahead of Jammu Kashmir Assembly polls, it's an NDTV exclusive with Iltija Mufti. Ex-Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti's daughter tells NDTV that there will be no government in Jammu Kashmir without the PDP. It's Congress versus BJP over the Agnipath scheme. Congress says the opposition pressure is forcing government to make changes. Congress says it will not rest till it finishes Agnipath. The BJP hits back saying that Rahul Gandhi is raising Agnipath for political gains. Kolkata rape victims' parents alleged that the cops had offered money. TMC has assured support to the victims' family. TMC says West Bengal government has offered to help the parents and vulture politics is happening in the case. Delhi government wakes up to desilting task after monsoon. Delhi drain disorder. NDTV does a reality check. Monsoon recedes, but Delhi drains are still clogged. Welcome, you're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. In this edition, we have some breaking news now coming in at the top of the hour. We're learning the Supreme Court has now reserved the order on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea. Remember, the Supreme Court was hearing crucial pleas against the CBI after the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal had moved the top court seeking bail in the now scrapped excise policy case. My colleague Sunil Prabhu is now joining us on the broadcast here. He's getting us more details. Sunil, we believe the top court has reserved the order. What happened in the court? What more details are coming out?
Well, so as you rightly pointed out, the orders have been reserved. It's taken, as Justice Surya Kant pointed out, for a bail matter an entire day. That shows how pendency in the Supreme Court takes place. And as he himself said, to quote Justice Surya Kant, what will happen for poor people. And both Mr. Singhvi as well as Mr. Raju, starting from 10:30 this morning, concluding at 4 o'clock with a small recess for lunch, have argued their matters for and against. Mr. Singhvi, of course, leading the arguments and saying the points very clearly that how things have played out. So it's in that backdrop now we'll have to wait and see what the judges decide. Most importantly, Mr. Singhvi stressing about Mr. Kejriwal, saying that he's not a flight risk, he's a constitutional authority, citing a number of case laws and arguing on a continuous basis that this was, the CBI's case was an insurance arrest that had been done and carried on. Mr. Raju, on his part, pointed out procedural issues on the bail conditions, on the various facts that the charge sheet has not been put, and it's on that ground that Mr. Singhvi countered and said that all those points that he had put do not substantiate, and clearly that Mr. Kejriwal is a fit case, and citing various other factors, including Manish Sisodia in his bail plea, that they should be able to get relief for the Delhi Chief Minister, who has remained in jail now for over 5 months.
Okay, so we are also learning that the ASG had said that if Arvind Kejriwal is released today, if the bail is granted, then it will demoralize the HC, and witnesses in the case could be, there could be an attempt to, in this case, we do understand, as the information is coming out, that there could be an attempt made by the Kejriwal side. That is what we are learning, to influence the victims as well. All right, more details now coming out. We do understand, Sunil, you'll be able to shed more light on that. What were the arguments that were made from the other side?
Well, I think the judges, Mr. Ujjal himself, countered that and said, on what basis are you saying that they will be demoralized? So, these are arguments that are made and proponents made by the additional Solicitor General. He even cited, for example, the Punjab case, that, there are witnesses who are still there and, out of fear, they cancelled and withdrew the application in terms of the liquor policy in Punjab, the Mahavir case, for example. So a lot of points put forward. As I said, it's been an entire full day of the Supreme Court taken to hear Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea. The top lawyers of this court, Mr. Singhvi as well as Mr. Raju, on behalf of the CBI, arguing on various technical grounds of why Mr. Kejriwal should not be released, and why Mr. Kejriwal should be released from his lawyers. The judges themselves, just listening to that point, Justice Ujjal, of course, quite clear in his mind about the fact that, what are the conditions on why bail should be granted. Justice Surya, Kant, wanting to go into more details into the merits of the case, and that is the reason why it's taken a long time to discuss this entire matter before, of course, the reserved orders. We'll have to wait and see when they issue this decision. It's not clear yet whether they will be able to, give a judgment at the earliest. But definitely, as we've been seeing from, the President onwards, saying that, pendencies of cases, and as Justice Surya Kant himself said today, why should a poor man suffer if you take one full day for hearing this matter? So it's in this point that both have argued on the liquor policy, why they should be released. Mr. Singhvi continuously arguing on a continuous basis about the flight risk, about the point that he's a constitutional functionary, he meets the twin tests that are required, and of course from Mr. Raju, the procedural issues, the points that the courts haven't taken cognizance of various other points, concurrent issues that have been laid, as well as, of course, the fact that he can tamper with the witnesses.
Absolutely. Well, those were some important arguments that were made in the court from both sides. Yes, Sunil. There is no relief for Arvind Kejriwal yet in this case at this point in time that we are learning. The order has been reserved for now. We'll be waiting for that, more details to come out. Meanwhile, that's the latest that we're picking at this point in time. Thank you so much, Sunil, for getting us all those details there. Well, we have some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. This is from Jammu Kashmir now. Today is the last day of Filing of nominations for phase 2 of polls in Jammu Kashmir, 26 assembly constituencies in the state will poll on 25th of September. Now, Omar Abdullah has filed his nomination from Budgam today. The NC leader also filed his nomination papers from Gandarbal yesterday. But the Budgam seat has been held by Aga Ruhullah, who's an MP from Srinagar now. Meanwhile, the Election Commission of India issued the notification for the filing of nominations for the third and final phase of the polls. As many as 40 seats will be voting in the third phase of polling that will be held on October 1st. Listen into Omar Abdullah.
हमने ये लड़ाई लड़नी है कि हमारी जो खोई हुई इज्जत, हमारा जो छीना हुआ वकार, हमारी जो पहचान है, उसको हमने दिल्ली से लड़ झगड़ के दोबारा वापस हासिल करना है। और इसमें रुकावटें आएंगी। दिल्ली की तरफ से हमारी आवाज को कमजोर करने की मुकम्मल कोशिश की जाएगी। इस इलेक्शन में हम अपनी आवाज को कमजोर होने नहीं देंगे।
All right, that was NC leader Omar Abdullah after filing his nomination, speaking to the media there. My colleague Nazir is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Nazir, we do understand Omar Abdullah will be contesting from 2 seats. Earlier, he had filed his nomination from Gandarbal, from where he's been elected as an MP, as an MLA as well. And now, today, he's filed his nomination from Budgam as well. Why was Budgam chosen, as well as the decision to fight from 2 seats? We do understand there were some apprehensions, concern raised by NC workers also about this.
Well, there has not been any official statement why Omar Abdullah has filed nomination from the 2nd seat when he was fighting from, yesterday filed nomination papers from Gandarbal, which has been traditionally the Abdullah family seat, where Sheikh Muhammad Abdullah, Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah has also fought elections in the past. And today he filed his nomination papers from Budgam. This seat was held by Aga Ruhullah, who is now the MP from Srinagar. What we believe is there was some